Chapter 30:19. God shooting dragon bow. Could it be that stone tablet? That's impossible, right? He just finished reading the stone tablet not long ago, and now he's learned it? Hearing this, the reverent king's eyes filled with terror. What kind of monstrous comprehension ability was this? They knew the origin of Lin Ling's incantation, but Lu Xingyun didn't know. He only had a feeling that the young man at this moment seemed to have turned into a guardian dragon god. His master's words suddenly came to mind. In the chaos of the universe, the dragon race had 8 divisions. Among them were the Buddha, the dragon god, and the dragon god. They were extremely terrifying existences. Why does this brat have such a divine ability? Thinking of this, Lu Xingyun's face changed greatly. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately urged his powerful realm essence, wanting to completely kill Lin Ling before Lin Ling's divine ability was formed. In truth, he didn't know how powerful the spell would be once it was formed. However, he had an intuition that its power was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this moment, the halberd of thunder appeared, accompanied by the sound of thunder. It destroyed everything in its path. Most likely, no martial immortal expert would be able to block those lightning halberds. The 8 tribe stone steels of the dragon clan must have the dragon bone, dragon blood, and dragon soul as the foundation. With the dragon bone, I am the dragon god of freedom. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could feel the bones in his body emitting cracking sounds. Strands of mysterious energy swam out and poured into his left palm. He had never seen this mysterious power before, but he knew that it was very strong. However, it seemed that Lu Xingyun did not intend to let Lin Ling use this kind of power. Therefore, his right hand touched the scabbard, and his essence quietly poured into the tyrannical song sword. However, what left Lin Ling surprised was that even though the dragon bone's strength was isolated, it still poured into his left hand, causing it to become as warm and smooth as jade. As expected of the dragon clan's 8-division stone tablet. It's fighting with the scabbard for the power of the dragon bone, and even the scabbard can't beat it. Lin Ling thought to himself as he raised his head. The lightning halberd in the sky had already arrived. Its power was so strong that it could probably crush the entire Qing province into pieces. Sword. There was no time to lose. Lin Ling drew his sword. He had to grasp this final moment. The headless elder instantly appeared behind him. Demonic energy surged as if he was going to slaughter the world. What is this? Lin Ling's means had undoubtedly surprised Lu Xingyun once again. This was because he realized that apart from the divine ability that Lin Ling was using, even his sword gave him a feeling that he could not underestimate it. At this moment, the sword appeared, sparkling and resplendent. A sword light slashed towards the sky, causing time to seem to freeze. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, all the lightning halberds froze in place before exploding and falling to the ground. Good heavens! This guy is a monster. Seeing this, whether it was the martial artists in the distance or nearby, they were all shocked. To them, the number of geniuses from the 9 prefectures that they had seen wasn't many. However, they had always thought that it was just an undeserved reputation. But now, they felt that the geniuses of the 9 prefectures were nothing more than this. What kind of sword is this? Lu Xingyun was also greatly shocked. If a middle-stage martial celestial was so powerful, it was hard to imagine that he, a sage-to-be, would be killed by the sword if he reached the late-stage martial celestial. Thinking of this, Lu Xingyun finally felt a touch of fear. He knew that such a guy could not be allowed to live. Although Lin Ling's sword had surprised him, he was still confident that if they were to fight to the death, Lin Ling would not be his opponent. However, just as he was thinking about this, a sudden change occurred in front of him. Dragon God, Sky of Freedom, Calamity-Destroying Sun Bao. Lin Ling's left hand turned into a jade-like hand. He gently pulled at the air, and a dragon's roar could be heard. A mysterious power was as dazzling as a meteor, gradually forming a 2-meter-long giant bow. This bow was made of dragon bones. On both sides of the bow were dragon heads. It was majestic and had the power to protect the Buddha and kill all ghosts and demons. Most importantly, Lin Ling began to hold the bow. Although his left arm was trembling, the bow was slowly drawn. An indescribably terrifying power quietly bloomed in the ancient forest. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Oh no, it's the dragon god. Seeing this, Lu Xingyun panicked. Because he saw that Lin Ling's arrow was actually a dragon. Most importantly, that bow and that arrow gave him an enormous amount of pressure. It was a god shooter bow. He can only use this bow once. Therefore, I have to avoid it. Lu Xingyun did not care about killing Lin Ling. At this moment, he only wanted to dodge the bow. Therefore, his body exploded, turned into endless thunderclouds, and flew away. The sage-to-be expert ran away. Such a change undoubtedly made people feel that it was unreal. One must know that when Lu Xingyun arrived, they all thought that the 3 cockroaches would definitely die. However, as the battle continued, the blue-robed young man became more and more courageous. He even used the god shooter bow to force Lu Xingyun to flee. This is the first time I've seen a sage-to-be running away. The reverend king stared intently at the sky as he solemnly spat out a sentence. Next to him, Sakura was extremely excited. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such means. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was full of cold sweat. The bow was difficult to draw. He could not control it. Lu Xingyun, where do you think you're going? Lin Ling did not intend to fully draw the bow. He finally decided to shoot the arrow. As soon as the arrow was shot, the world changed color. Countless dragon gods seemed to have arrived, wandering in the sky and roaring. Whoosh! The arrow was shot. It chased after Lu Xingyun at the speed of 100 worlds. The fatal killing intent made Lu Xingyun panic more and more. You're Lin Ling, right? From now on, let's shake hands and make peace. He even said anxiously. He was afraid that he would be killed by the arrow. Moreover, he wanted to run away, but he found that he was locked on by the arrow. There was no door in the sky and no way out on the ground. He knew that he was doomed. He never thought that he would die in the hands of a martial celestial junior. Whoosh! However, when he thought that he was going to die, the fatal arrow passed through his cheek and took away a strand of his hair. He was stunned on the spot. Rumble! The dragon god's arrow passed through the Dragon Tooth City and directly penetrated the huge ancient city. Then, it disappeared into the distance. This unforeseen event caused everyone to be shocked and terrified. They were surprised because Lu Xingyun was not dead. They were terrified because the power of the arrow was too terrifying. Damn it! I really can't control this bow. At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned. He looked into the distance helplessly because although he could barely control the arrow was not accurate. This meant that he failed to use the Great Solar Calamity bow for the first time. Otherwise, he believed that the arrow could really kill Lu Xingyun. At this moment, Lu Xingyun was still floating in the sky. It was as if he had walked around the gate of the underworld. His face was extremely pale and his body was still trembling. Chapter 30-20. Retreat unscathed. Looking at Lin Ling in the distance, he was still scared. He didn't dare to rush forward to kill Lin Ling. He was afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly shoot another arrow at him. At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape. Lord Lu, this person should have reached his limit. If we don't kill him now, there will be endless trouble in the future. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Bailey Yixiong was also attracted by the shocking battle here. Of course, his heart was also rumbling. He never thought that the young man he met in the past would have such a trump card. That's right. He's only a martial immortal. He can't use such an arrow a second time. With the addition of Bailey Yixiong, Lu Xingyun's courage increased a lot. He followed Bailey Yixiong and led the experts of Dragon Tooth City towards Lin Ling. Sigh, that guy is still a bit lacking. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, the onlooking cultivators all shook their heads. However, even though they thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die, they still felt that Lin Ling had broadened their horizons. He had let them know that a martial immortal could also contend against a sage-to-be. Second brother, what should we do? Seeing the experts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Sakura's face became extremely ugly. Lin Ling shook his head. At that moment, he was completely exhausted. Likely, even an ordinary martial immortal would be able to kill him, let alone two half-sages. It seems that we've failed at the last step. King Mu shook his head and sighed. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling in the sky. He planned to die together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, we're here. However, when Lin Ling and the others thought that the situation was settled, the forest in the distance suddenly started to move. A large number of powerful auras also arrived. The person in the lead was the fastest. He brought the demon god's tomb and swept away the cultivators of Dragon Tooth City. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood. No one below the peak of the martial immortal realm could stop him. Meng Lu, you're still alive. Seeing the vigorous young man, Sakura couldn't help but be overjoyed. I won't die so easily. The white-haired young man roared. What was terrifying was that there were a lot of experts following behind him. They were actually the Uzumaki clan of the Milky Way. Moreover, some of the ancient tribes in the ancient forest had also arrived at this moment. Such a change undoubtedly infuriated Lu Xingyun and the others. The Uzumaki clan in the Milky Way, the three major clans in the ancient forest, all of these are their biggest threats. However, these clans were scattered and had never been united. This caused Lu Xingyun and the others to look down on them. But now, these races from the era of gods had come together, and it would be difficult for them to take advantage of them. Bailey Yixiong. After the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan arrived, he was the first to roar. What made Bailey Yixiong furious is that he sensed the power of boundary essence from the old man. One must know that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan has always been a headache for Kuroto. The reason is that the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan has always been a headache for Kuroto. But now, these ancient races even had boundary essence. This was obviously extremely disadvantageous for them. Senpai, let's not fight today. However, just when the Uzumaki clan's experts were about to go all out, Lin Ling said indifferently, if we continue to fight, we will suffer great losses. Although they will inevitably be destroyed, we will definitely not be any better. Why are you afraid of them? Hearing this, a 2-meter-tall man from another clan roared. He had thick long hair all over his body, as if he was from the Divine Bear clan. Obviously, this was the first time he saw Lin Ling, so he didn't think that Lin Ling, a junior, could command them. Listen to him, it's absolutely right. However, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan immediately said, which made the Longevity Bear clan stunned. The burly man frowned and asked, are you sure? Yes, his words represent the Uzumaki clan's words. So, if you want to go all out, then go all out. But without our Uzumaki clan, you can't win. The old man immediately said. Okay, retreat today. The burly man pondered for a moment and nodded. Damn it! Bastard! Looking at Lin Ling being protected by several clans and then safely leaving, Bailey Yixiong and his wife were furious. After all, their son and daughter had both died at the hands of those two young men. But now, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the murderers left. However, they didn't dare to fight with their lives on the line. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. They didn't want to see an ending like this, where they killed 1,000 of their enemies and suffered 800 of their own. Lin Ling, under the protection of many powerhouses, was now floating away, but he sneered and said lightly, "Lu Xingyun, watch out for my arrow." What? This sentence was like a taboo, which made Lu Xingyun's face change greatly. He ignored everyone and immediately fled toward the direction of Dragon Tooth City. But after running for a few seconds, he suddenly reacted and looked back. There was no arrow behind him. He was obviously deceived. Little beast. Lu Xingyun was stunned in the sky, his face was incomparably ferocious. In fact, he was like a frightened bird at the moment. Who the hell are these three guys? They made us suffer again and again, and they can even threaten a half-saint. They are the strongest in the world. Bailey Yixiong also felt ashamed of Lu Xingyun, but he was more resentful as he looked into the distance. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Lu Xingyun's eyes were cold. He knew that he had to ask the powerhouses of the Heavenly Court to fight. Go back. When the powerhouses of the Heavenly Court arrive, all of them will be killed. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Lu Xingyun walked toward Dragon Tooth City. It was not until the two major forces disappeared that the warriors of Dragon Tooth City began to talk and exclaim. They never expected that the three young men who were hunted down a year ago had grown to such a level. Not only were they not afraid of Lu Xingyun and his wife, but they also escaped unscathed. Especially the god-shooting dragon Bao, they would never forget the horror of that arrow for the rest of their lives. Lin Ling followed the Uzumaki clan and took the lead to return to the Heavenly River. After arriving here, Sakura could finally relax. This was the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Even if Lu Xingyun came here, he would definitely die here. TSK, these two little friends are really fierce. With just the two of them, they stirred up a bloody storm in Dragon Tooth City. This is dancing in the tiger's mouth. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan seemed to know what Lin Ling had done and could not help but admire him. Old Uzumaki, who are they? The patriarchs of several other clans frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In their view, they were just martial immortals. What qualifications did they have to call them? Humph, don't underestimate them. What they did is something you can't do in your lifetime. The old man immediately disdained. Yo, they make themselves sound so powerful. Could it be that they are gods? Chapter 30-21. Secluded Cultivation. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan sneered and immediately spoke of Lin Ling's pioneering work in the Dragon Tooth City. Every time he said a word, the faces of the patriarchs changed greatly. Two people? Then, under the eyes of Lu Xingyun, such a monstrous wave rose? They were dancing in the enemy's lair. Admirable, this old man is admirable. I'm also convinced. If it were our entire race, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to achieve what the two of you have. Bailey Yixiong's precious son is dead, and Lu Xingyun's ugly maid is also dead. Good, good. Voices of admiration immediately rang out. Everyone was in awe of Lin Ling and Lin Feng. Don't be too complacent. Lu Xingyun suffered a loss this time, so he will definitely invite the experts of the Heavenly Court. At that time, if we don't improve our strength, we will be uprooted. However, Lin Ling did not have any pride. Instead, he said seriously. Heavenly Court? This is a terrifying existence. What should we do now? The leaders of the major clans all looked at Lin Ling. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a peerless genius. Since he could fight against Lu Xingyun, he could definitely lead them to victory. Lin Ling smiled. He was in the same boat as these races, so he didn't hide his needs. I need time. Just give me 1 year, and I'll be able to break through to the next realm. Then, I'll solve everything. It could be said that he had reaped a great harvest. Since he did not lack cultivation resources, as long as he was given some time, he would not be afraid of Lu Xingyun and the others. A year? Alright, before you break through, we will protect you. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan suddenly threw caution to the wind. They had been fighting with Lu Xingyun for many years, but they had never been able to defeat him. But Lin Ling had only been here for a short time, but he had already created so many miracles. Therefore, he bet on Lin Ling's future. Alright, we'll protect you. The other clans nodded as well. To them, a year was not a long time at all. Thank you. When I come out, I'll take care of everything. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. His eyes were also filled with battle intent. He had to start the first battle to take revenge on the heavenly court. By the way, what clan are you from? Since they had decided to cooperate, Lin Ling also wanted to be more familiar with these allies. We are from the Longevity Bear race. The tall and sturdy man laughed and said. His body was covered with thick brown hair, making him look like he was wearing a fur coat. However, in other aspects, he was the same as a human. Longevity Bear race? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed the origin of this race. He smiled and said, one of the 100 great bloodlines, the Mighty God bloodline. Mighty God bloodline? Are we the descendants of the gods? The burly man was stunned. In fact, they were just a branch clan. They had lived in the Dragon Tongue Fong for a long time, so they were not familiar with their origins. Yes, the legendary mighty god can be traced back to Quafu. Quafu once chased after the sun and traveled across the universe. You all have one of Quafu's bloodlines. So we have such a great background. It seems like we are also the descendants of the gods. The man looked at his clan members and could not help but laugh excitedly. Lin Ling looked at the other two races. One of the races had wolf ears, dark skin, and extremely long arms. They carried bows made of tree branches on their backs and stood like javelins. However, Lin Ling could see that although the bows and arrows looked ordinary, they contained power that could not be underestimated. Moreover, only this tribe could unleash the power of such bows and arrows. She an explosive leaf wood. Lin Ling said with a smile. His word surprised the tribe because their bows were also passed down from their ancestors. Outsiders had no idea where the bows were made, but Lin Ling had pointed out the origin of the bows and arrows without any hesitation. You all should be the Bao God's bloodline, which is also one of the 100 great bloodlines. Little friend Lin Ling, your insight is beyond our imagination. We are different from the Longevity Bear race. We know our origin. We are the Vermilion Deer race and are close friends with the Flying Wild Goose race. We have the Bao God's bloodline, which is also one of the 100 great bloodlines. A tall middle-aged man said with a smile. He looked extremely calm. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the other bloodline. This bloodline was extremely short and ugly, but they looked extremely tall and sturdy. At this time, Lin Ling did not know the origin of this race. We are not a descendant of the 100 great bloodlines. We are the ugly elephant race. We are good at barriers and digging holes. Seeing that Lin Ling was puzzled, one of them said with a smile. Yes, you must know that the Uzumaki race can hide in the heavenly river, but we are not good at water. We rely on the ugly elephant race to dig holes. By digging holes, we have repeatedly escaped the pursuit of Bailey Yixiong and the others. The Vermilion Deer race person immediately said. It seems that you all have your own skills. Well, then, I will rely on you for the next year. After familiarizing himself with the major races, Lin Ling's heart was relaxed a lot. Don't worry, this year, we will be able to hold on no matter what. The people of the major races patted their chests and said. Well, I will go into seclusion now. Lin Ling nodded and left, looking for a place to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, when he left, he also gave a large number of cultivation resources to his big brother and Meng Lu so that they could improve their strength in a year. A year is just a blink of an eye for us. Our strength won't improve much. But geniuses are different. They can change so much in a year. Geniuses are the kind of people that make people envious. Looking at Lin Ling and the other two leaving, the major races sighed and said. Lin Ling and the others cultivated separately. He did not choose to cultivate in the heavenly river. Instead, he found an ordinary mountain range in the ancient forest, then dug a hole and hid in the mountain to cultivate. In the cave, Lin Ling's eyes flickered like stars. After his rebirth, his greatest goal was to kill his enemies with his own hands. And today, he was getting closer and closer to his revenge. With my current trump cards, I can defeat experts at the peak of the martial immortal realm. But it will be difficult for me to defeat a sage-to-be. The most important thing now is to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling analyzed, then took out the Emperor Crystal that Bai Lixiong extorted and immediately refined it. First, he had to raise his Dantian, which was the highest realm. Rumble. With enough cultivation resources, Lin Ling's Dantian surged and the realm sea roared. After an unknown period of time, when all the Emperor Crystals were consumed, Lin Ling's cultivation reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. Following this, he began to refine the treasures he had obtained from the bronze secret chamber. It would be a waste to refine these treasures just like that. But at this moment, Lin Ling could not care less. His other 3 Dantians surged. What was terrifying was that he was cultivating 3 Dantians at the same time. Chapter 30-22. An expert had arrived. However, Lin Ling was too impatient. The weakest lightning-type Dantian was unable to bear the burden and finally collapsed. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed. When one was unlucky, even water would be burnt between one's teeth. Among his 4 Dantians, the realm-devouring beast, the spacetime fire, the dragon Dantian, and the thunder Dantian, the thunder Dantian was the weakest, so it was not strange that it collapsed. It could only be said that the path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. Even though Lin Ling had recultivated in 2 lives, there would still be accidents. However, Lin Ling's state of mind was also extremely calm. He glanced at the remaining treasures, gritted his teeth, and crazily piled up his Dantian again. Rumble. As time passed, the collapsed Dantian was reborn and he began to cultivate from the beginning. Lin Ling was already familiar with this because whether it was in his previous life or this life, he had the experience of recultivating many times. In the 9 provinces, he was probably the first person to recultivate. However, accidents happened again and the setbacks did not lessen. The 4th Dantian collapsed again. Fuck. Fuck. Lin Ling was tongue-tied and his face became abnormally ugly. Looking at the other 3 Dantians, they had all reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. When combined, they had the power of the 15th level of the martial immortal realm. Even his godly demon body, with the accumulation of a large number of treasures, had reached the power of the 150 realm. However, the weakest Dantian had failed repeatedly. If I don't rush up, I won't come out of seclusion. Lin Ling became stubborn. He knew very well that if the 4th Dantian did not succeed, he would definitely be lacking in strength to fight against a sage-to-be. Next, he carefully cultivated and did not dare to be greedy. The 4th Dantian also slowly improved and gradually reached the World King realm, then the True God realm. As it got closer and closer to the martial immortal realm, Lin Ling became more careful. Fortunately, this time, he successfully entered the martial immortal realm and the rainbow also appeared. Unfortunately, the 4th Dantian's talent was very ordinary, so rainbow was also extremely ordinary. However, Lin Ling was still secretly delighted. Then, he borrowed the large amount of spiritual energy gathered in his body and tried to break through to the martial immortal realm again. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. The 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. 4th level of the martial immortal realm. In the end, his 4th Dantian had also reached the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. This caused Lin Ling to finally open his eyes, which were filled with ecstasy. With the fusion of the 4 dantians, the strength of the boundary essence had already reached the level of a 20th stage martial immortal. Moreover, compared to Li Xiaoyao at that time, Lin Ling's 3 dantians were not weak at all. Li Xiaoyao is getting closer and closer to his peak. Lin Ling rubbed his palms. Right now, he had to choose the path of cultivation. He could comprehend martial arts. It could also be used to cultivate rank power. Moreover, he would be able to unseal the true God martial spirit. In the end, Lin Ling gave up on unsealing the true God martial spirit because unsealing all 4 dantians would take too much time. Therefore, he chose to comprehend martial arts. After reaching the middle stage of the martial immortal realm, in addition to the powerful boundary essence, I can also use the martial arts left behind by Li Xiaoyao. However, the most important thing is still the Dragon Clan's 8 tribes' divine ability, Great Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The 8 tribes' divine ability he obtained was the Heavenly Dragon Technique, which was also the Dragon God's guardian of the Buddha God. It could kill gods and demons. I have seen the people of the world, walking in the boundless dust. They do not know what is going on, how long can they enjoy glory and splendor, how many days do they have. Even if they have 1,000 caddies of gold, they do not know the poverty of the forest. Lin Ling silently chanted in his heart. Deep within his bones, the power of the dragon bone also spread out and formed a dazzling light in his left hand. Then, Lin Ling pulled his left hand and a majestic giant bow that seemed to be formed by the dragon bone appeared. In the past, this dragon bow could kill a half-sage with 1 arrow. Unfortunately, my accuracy was too bad, so this time, I have to improve it. Lin Ling knew very well that even if he had a powerful bow and arrow, if he didn't have a good aim, everything would be nonsense. Therefore, he also unceasingly comprehended. The first arrow, the heavenly dragon's protection, the good karma increases day by day. The second arrow, gather the emperor's karma, Bodhi does not retreat. A Buddha-like voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. What surprised him was that the great calamity destroying Sun Bao was not worth a single arrow. According to legend, it could shoot 9 arrows, forming the 9 heavenly dragons' protection, the protection of all Buddhas, the connection of fate. This meant that when 9 arrows were shot, not only in this life, but also in the next life and the future life, it was extremely powerful. The Dragon Clan's 8 tribes' divine ability is indeed terrifying. Lin Ling was shocked. The great calamity destroying Sun Bao's arrow had the speed of 100 worlds. What if 9 arrows were shot? Moreover, Lin Ling also suddenly comprehended something with that arrow. The speed of his god-devil body also greatly increased. Unknowingly, it reached the speed of 40 worlds. At this moment, small finger-sized holes appeared in the huge mountain range he was in, like a beehive. This was the result of Lin Ling's arrow. What was terrifying was that the arrow that could kill a god-devil actually caused such a small reaction after piercing through the mountain range. Even the passing cultivators did not notice it. While he was in seclusion, Lin Ling also checked the scabbard. The scabbard required his essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit had greatly increased, causing the power of the sword to increase by a lot. Time quietly passed like this, and the area around Dragon Tooth City became quiet. On this day, Dragon Tooth City finally welcomed an expert. This was a young man. He rode 3 cheilants and arrived like a divine general. The moment he appeared in the sky above Dragon Tooth City, all the martial artists in the city found it difficult to breathe. They felt extremely oppressed. Obviously, he was another expert of the Sage-to-Be realm. "Senior Liu, are you here?" A soft voice floated out from the young man's mouth. "Who are you? Why are you looking for Lord Liu?" In the city, an old man immediately cupped his hands and bowed. He was an expert at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Scram! The young man took a step forward. What was terrifying was that his step caused the entire city to explode, as if it had been ruthlessly slapped down by someone. The old man's expression changed greatly. Different from others, he saw a huge foot that was ruthlessly stomping down on him. That foot was like the leg of a deity. "Sir, please spare my life." The old man knew that the young man was a genuine expert of the sage-to-be realm. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw the old man's body explode. What was terrifying was that no one saw how the young man attacked. Everyone only saw the young man take a step forward. "How dare you? Why did you kill the people of my Bailey family?" Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded. Bailey Yixiong soared into the sky. "Who are you?" The young man looked at Bailey Yixiong with contempt. "Sage-to-be realm? Too weak, too weak. You only have a first-grade desolate body." Savage 18 Steps, Cloudless Deity. Chapter 30-23. Besiege the Heavenly River. Zhong Yen Gujiu, the Guard of the Gods. Bailey Yixiong tenaciously looked at that giant, his complexion greatly shocked. However, the formless pressure from the sky assaulted him, causing him to raise both of his hands to block that dreadful power. Boom! Boom! Bailey Yixiong's body was suddenly pressed down and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Looking carefully, the shape of the crater was a footprint. And in that deep pit, Bailey Yixiong's entire body was coughing up blood. He grimaced in pain as he desperately tried to block the invisible force in the sky. At this moment, his heart was also rumbling. What kind of power was this? Why was it so terrifying? Since he'd attained the half-saint realm, this was the first time he'd experienced the feeling of being easily suppressed by someone of the same cultivation level. "Junior brother Lingbao, he's one of us." However, just when Bailey Yixiong was on the verge of death, an anxious voice sounded. Lu Xingyun had finally appeared. "So that's how it is." In the sky, the young man looked at the ground with disdain. With a twitch of his brows, the terrifying power from before disappeared. Cough cough. Bailey Yixiong coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then floated up from the deep pit with a dignified expression. He seemed to have guessed that this person was from the heavenly court, as mentioned by Lu Xingyun. This person's strength was indeed terrifying. "Senior brother Lu, master is very dissatisfied with you. You can't even resolve such a small matter. Among the 18 branches of the heavenly court, you are the worst." The young man walked down from the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. He was reprimanding Lu Xingyun like a teacher. "Junior brother, I didn't want to do this either." Hearing this, Lu Xingyun cursed in his heart, but he still had a helpless expression on his face. Martial god Qilin had a total of 18 disciples. Among them, Lu Xingyun was not the most favored one. The young man in front of him was called Tian Lingbao. He was also a leader of a branch of the heavenly court. He was ordered by martial god Qilin to help Lu Xingyun. No wonder he was so arrogant. Humph. After the young man landed on the ground, he didn't even look at Lu Xingyun and immediately walked towards the city. "Prepare a feast for me. I want the best wine, the best meat, and the most beautiful women." His voice drifted over at the same time. "All right, junior brother, I'll get it done right away." Lu Xingyun did not dare to neglect and quickly replied. "Lord Lu, who is this person? He's too arrogant." After Lu Xingyun, Bailey Yixiong followed. He was still not happy. He had been trampled on in front of everyone. He had lost a lot of face. He's a genius from the spirit state Xian sect, a member of the heavenly court, and one of the disciples of the martial god's master. I advise you not to offend him, or else even I won't be able to save you," Lu Xingyun said solemnly. His words made Bailey Yixiong's pupils constrict. Xian Zong. It was one of the two most powerful royal sects in the spirit state. It was as famous as the Vajrayana sect and controlled the entire spirit state. Unlike the other weak divine lands, the esoteric sect and the prominent sect were powerful forces outside of the 9 states. In the 9 states, many powerhouses knew about them. The people of Xianzong have the heavenly court as their backing. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend them. Bailey Yixiong secretly said. Both of them quickly caught up with that youth. In a vast hall that had just been built, the fragrance of wine floated. The heavenly spiritual treasure was sitting at the head of the hall, hugging 2 beautiful women. His big hand stroked the 2 women's cheeks until they blushed. Tell me, who are our opponents? The heavenly spiritual treasure stared at the 2 beauties in his arms and said lightly. They are 3 young men of unknown origin. They have called on the nearby tribes to fight against us. Lu Xingyun said immediately. Oh, interesting. What's their cultivation? The heavenly spiritual treasure smiled faintly. Hearing this, Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yixiong looked at each other, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Finally, they said, middle stage martial immortal realm. Bang! The heavenly spiritual treasure suddenly smashed the wine cup on the table, 2 good-for-nothings. But, one of them is too difficult to deal with. He has an unknown divine bow, and he can kill a sage-to-be. Lu Xingyun quickly explained. No need to explain. Explaining is covering up. It can't cover up your trash. You said that person has a divine bow and can kill you, but why are you still alive? Also, why is such a divine bow controlled by a junior in the martial immortal realm? The heavenly spiritual treasure said disdainfully. I don't know, but it seems that the divine bow is not a treasure, but a divine power of the dragon clan. Lu Xingyun said. It's getting more and more interesting. I'm very curious about that divine power. Well, I'll kill those 3 cockroaches for you today. Good. The heavenly spiritual treasure seemed to have heard something that moved him. This trip was really not in vain. Junior brother Lingbao, shall we set off now? Good. Seeing that the heavenly spiritual treasure was moved, Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yixiong suddenly looked forward to it. Don't worry, we'll kill them tomorrow. Have a good rest today. They can't escape even if they grow wings. Good. The heavenly spiritual treasure's voice was mixed with strong confidence, which made Lu Xingyun and others laugh. With the help of the heavenly spiritual treasure, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Ling. That night, the heavenly spiritual treasure enjoyed the beauties, and this person was extremely powerful. He actually asked for 3,000 beauties in one night. This made Bailey Yixiong gasp. He was afraid that this genius expert would not be able to lift his spirits tomorrow. However, the next day, the heavenly spiritual treasure appeared in spirit. Let's go and kill them. After saying that, the heavenly spiritual treasure took the lead. Although he looked young, he already had the prestige of an immortal emperor. Both Lu Xingyun and Bailey Yixiong nodded. Bailey Yixiong told Lu Xingyun that he was going to prepare, but when he secretly checked, he was horrified to find that the 3,000 beauties had been ravaged to death, and many of them were young girls. What a beast-like existence! Even though Bailey Yixiong was not a good person, he was also horrified by the ruthlessness of the heavenly spiritual treasure. This young man looked gentle on the surface, but he was actually like a tiger. They're in the heavenly river. Our people found that they're hiding in the heavenly river. A group of people left the Dragon Tooth City. Someone immediately told Lu Xingyun and others to go to the heavenly river. At this moment, in the heavenly river, the patriarchs of the major clans naturally received the news, and they were all on guard. What should we do? Now that they've arrived at the heavenly river, should we inform Lin Ling and others to come out? It's almost been a year. The people of the Longevity clan said uneasily. What are you panicking for? This is our territory. Why should we be afraid of them? The patriarch immediately reprimanded, wait here and see how strong they are. Hearing this, the people of the major clans waited quietly, because if they left the heavenly river, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. At this moment, above the heavenly river, many experts appeared, overlooking the rolling river below. The Uzumaki clan is good at water. They can greatly increase their strength by hiding in the river, but after we enter the water, our strength will more or less weaken. So, over the years, we have not conquered the nearby area. Chapter 30-24. Dream Flow was resisting a half-saint. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move. His seemingly casual steps were mesmerizing. Those who were weaker stared at his legs and directly spat out blood. All of a sudden, they realized that those footsteps were not something they could see through. Savage 18 steps, cloudless deity. A low shout suddenly sounded. World essence that could destroy anything in its path surged out. Everyone saw a godlike foot ruthlessly stomp down on the ferocious river below. It was awe-inspiring. This is at least a level 7 deity martial art. Bailey Yixiong said with a grave expression when he saw the familiar foot again. The path of martial arts was as vast as the universe. Any great Tao could reach the pinnacle. Some were proficient in talent, some were proficient in martial arts, and some were simple and crude, relying on superior talent in cultivation realm. Heaven's spiritual treasures, on the other hand, were clearly adept at martial arts. Furthermore, they also possessed powerful innate talents. Rumble. Under the sole of that foot, the heavenly river exploded. Countless amounts of river water were crushed and directly evaporated. What kind of power is this? In the river, a rolling whirlpool appeared, shocking everyone. They had been in the heavenly river for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen the entire river tumbling. Boom! At this time, another rumbling sound rang out. The people of the various clans were unable to stand steadily, and some of them even directly fell to the ground. It doesn't matter. They don't dare to go down the river, so they can only be arrogant on the river. It won't be long before they leave helplessly. The Uzumaki patriarch frowned and said, "Boom! Boom!" However, the roar continued to sound. At first, everyone believed the words of the Uzumaki clan's patriarch, but gradually, they found that something is wrong with the river. Because the sky is shrouded in light. This meant that there was less and less water in the river, which caused the light from the sky to shine down. Heavens, what kind of god has come from the heavenly court? This time, everyone panicked even more. One had to know that the heavenly river was the water of the universe. For some reason, it had flowed into the dragon tongue Fang, forming a natural barrier. But now, this natural barrier was gradually disappearing. Bunch of beasts, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better obediently roll out of here, put your hands on your heads, and walk out in a horse stance. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the sky. Ha! Many people even laughed mockingly. Wasn't it the walking posture of a crab when it held its head and walked out in a horse stance? This group of lowly commoners can't be arrogant now, right? Lu Xingyun also smiled faintly. It was indeed a heaven spiritual treasure. The terrifying 18 steps of the savage wilderness had actually crushed the heavenly river. It was truly an amazing existence. You don't want to come out? I like people with integrity the most. At this moment, the celestial spiritual treasure said mockingly and stepped forward again. Rumble. The river was getting smaller and smaller, gradually revealing a large number of powerhouses under the river. The Uzumaki clan and the others were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the sky. Clearly, they did not expect the other party to step into the heavenly river so quickly. Is it you lowly commoners? Go to hell. Looking at the powerhouses of the Uzumaki clan, the celestial spirit treasure smiled disdainfully and raised his foot high as if he was going to trample on the world. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone under the river. Stop him. Everyone immediately burst out with all their strength and shot into the sky like a swarm of locusts. At the same time, the ferocious foot descended, and an ancient giant appeared and stomped down fiercely. It seemed to be able to break the dragon's tongue and teeth in half. The powerhouses of the major clans all rushed into the sky and collided with the foot. It's at least 30% of the realm power. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan said seriously before approaching the power in the sky. But at this point, he could only resist it. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. The foot condensed by boundary essence stepped on the ground, and a large number of powerhouses rushed into the sky, trying to block the foot. However, no matter how many powerhouses there were, it seemed to be useless. The foot was still slowly stepping down. My foot is fragrant. The celestial spiritual treasure looked indifferent. Puff! All the powerhouses spat out blood. One should know that their physical strength was extremely tyrannical, but now, that strength was useless. I'll help you. But at this moment, a fierce shout suddenly sounded, and then a white-haired young man appeared. He didn't move much, but his palm reached toward the foot in the sky. Suddenly, the celestial spiritual treasure's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his foot. But it was still too late. Under his foot, a stream of blood flowed out. Very good. A 6th level martial immortal can actually hurt me. Tell me your name. The celestial spiritual treasure's expression became extremely ugly. This person who suddenly appeared was somewhat extraordinary. Meng Lu. Under the ground, the white-haired young man looked up at the sky with a cold expression. Young hero Meng Lu. The people of the major clans were ecstatic. These geniuses were indeed powerful. One of them blocked the attack of that powerhouse. However, Meng Lu didn't have any pride. His previous attack could be said to have erupted with all his strength, but it only injured the latter. The half-step saint realm was indeed worthy of its reputation. Be my subordinate, and I'll spare your life. The celestial spiritual treasure looked down at Meng Lu with the intention of recruiting him. Meng Lu raised his head and said indifferently, "You've only cultivated longer than me. If I reach the half-step saint realm, I can kill an ant like you with a single finger. You're a good emperor-level genius. I'll give you another chance. Be my subordinate. Although your future is indeed good, if you die halfway, then everything will be fleeting clouds." The celestial spiritual treasure also became cold. I, Meng Lu, will never be anyone's subordinate. That's the case in this life, and that's the case in the next. Meng Lu's long hair fluttered, and his backbone was extremely strong. Very arrogant. Then let's see how many steps you can take. The celestial spiritual treasure also knew that he couldn't recruit a genius like Meng Lu. 18 steps of the savage, soldier's saber calamity name. The celestial spiritual treasure unleashed an even stronger attack, and its grade power reached as much as 40%. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A foot covered the sky as it stomped down heavily. Get down! The celestial spiritual treasure let out a furious roar. Young hero Meng Lu, quickly retreat. Seeing this, the people of the major clans all became nervous. Boom! However, Meng Lu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward the sky, carrying the pride of the Tomb Guardian clan to fight against the famous powerhouse of the Spirit Province. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still a bit weak, and he was no match for that ferocious foot. Therefore, he was suppressed. Even so, the celestial spiritual treasure's eyes narrowed. Meng Lu was only at the middle stage of the martial immortal realm, but he actually blocked his half-step saint realm attack. One must know that his attack could not only trample martial immortals to death, but it could also trample ordinary half-step saints to death. Chapter 30-25. The pride of his brothers, the tomb of Saga. Leave immediately. Almost at the same time, Meng Lu's voice rang out, causing the expressions of the people from the various clans to change drastically. Meng Lu wanted them to leave. If we leave, you'll die. The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan roared. If I die, it will prove that this is all I am. Meng Lu growled. Boom. Everyone's hearts thundered. This was a true genius. If I die, it proves that I'm only so. This was a genius who challenged the limits of his life. Go! The patriarch of the Uzumaki clan shouted. The short and stout members of the ugly elephant clan displayed their innate talent and quickly dug holes under the ground. In just 3 breaths of time, a huge hole had appeared. From this, one could see how powerful this clan was. They could even dig a hole in the primal chaos and enter the void to reach the other side. Go! After that, the people of the various clans did not dare to stay for long. They all jumped into the deep hole. Oh no, they're escaping. Seeing this, Lu Shengyun and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was the best opportunity. How could they miss it? What's the big deal about the life and death of an ant like him? Instead, it's this guy called Meng Lu who's moved me the most. However, the celestial spiritual treasure didn't care about their escape. Instead, it looked at Dream Flow calmly. Let's go kill them all. Heavenly spiritual treasures did not care about the lives of ants, but Lu Shengyun and Bailey Yi Xiong cared, so they both rushed to the ground, trying to kill everyone. Rumble. But at this moment, the huge white bone giant suddenly arrived. A long halberd ruthlessly swept out, creating a foul wind and a rain of blood. The warriors of Dragon Tooth City were ruthlessly smashed into pieces, causing blood to rain down like rain. Even Lu Shengyun and Lu Shengyun's expressions changed drastically. They were somewhat fearful of this attack. Subconsciously, they all retreated. The halberd was like a rainbow, piercing through the horizon. A white bone giant appeared on the ground. It had a long halberd in its right hand and a bone shield in its left. It was as if it had come from the underworld. It's Sakura. This fellow has also grown to such a level? It's only been a year. Lu Shengyun and the other man looked at the white bone giant on the ground, and their pupils suddenly trembled violently. Even Meng Lu turned his head to look, a smile full of fighting spirit appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, Sakura did not disgrace him. Although he was also a martial immortal, he was able to make a half-saint retreat in fear with a single strike. Another genius. He must be the strongest of the 3. That heavenly numinous treasure was also a little surprised. These young men who had suddenly appeared were one more shocking than the other. That's not the case. There's another person who's even stronger. However, Lu Shengyun's next words made the heaven spiritual treasure look incredulous. These 2 youths were already very strong, exceeding his imagination. Even in the spirit province, they were rare talents. But who knew that there was an even stronger one? I believe in the legend of the divine bow. If I get that cultivation method, I wonder how much my strength will increase. The heavenly spiritual treasure obviously didn't care about the appearance of Sakura. Instead, he felt that this trip wasn't in vain, because he wanted to seize the advantage of these youths. Let's go. At this moment, Sakura let out a roar, causing the people of the tribe to not dare to stay and quickly retreat. Sakura, you are very impressive. However, can you block 2 half-saints? Lu Shengyun's eyes were full of murderous intent. This Sakura must not be left alive. After saying that, he and Bailey Yixiong looked at each other, and the 2 of them joined forces to attack Sakura. Boom! Boom! Crack! Crack! Even though Sakura was a rare genius, blocking 2 half-saints at the same time put a lot of pressure on him. A huge white bone shield appeared in his hand, crazily blocking the attacks of the 2, which made Lu Shengyun and the others look even more dignified. In just a short year, Sakura seemed to have changed into a different person. How terrifying! Sakura, take them away. At this moment, Meng Lu let out a roar. "You're crazy." Sakura immediately shook his head. "Huh, you've stirred up huge waves in Dragon Tooth City, but such a heroic thing has nothing to do with me. As a man, as a cultivator who came from the same place as you, I've been humiliated, so today is my stage. I'm going to stop them all by myself and let you all escape unscathed." Meng Lu sneered and said arrogantly. Hearing this, Sakura was stunned. He knew that Meng Lu was also a proud person, but Meng Lu had not made any achievements all this time. With Meng Lu's pride, this was not something he could tolerate. So today, he decided to save everyone with his life. "Sakura, I'm very happy to meet you, and I'm also very happy to meet Lin Ling. The days when we roamed the world together made me experience happiness that I've never experienced before in the clan. Also, the battle made my blood boil, but don't let me down." Tomb of Saha. With the last roar, the world began to change. The earth disappeared, and the sky disappeared. A lonely, cold, and silent atmosphere filled the air. All the worlds disappeared, and only an ancient tomb appeared, as if it was the tomb of an ancient god. Fallen leaves scattered, and eternal destruction. What kind of talent is this? Sensing the mysterious atmosphere, the faces of Heaven's spiritual treasure and other experts changed greatly. They could only see the ancient tomb, and everything before had disappeared. "Well done, Meng Lu, you're a real man." Sakura's eyes became moist. He, Sakura, had never known that the heart of that cold and indifferent young man was actually hot-blooded. So, he could not let Meng Lu down, because if he continued to stay and fight to the death, it would be a waste of Meng Lu's efforts, and it would also be a humiliation to Meng Lu. A true brother did not need to say much, as long as he could fulfill his wish, that was enough. "Everyone, retreat." Sakura roared and led the major clans to retreat through the big hole in the ground. At the same time, Sakura destroyed the hole and completely disappeared. Rumble. At the same time, a terrifying foot stomped down from the sky and landed at the hole, causing the ground to sink. The hole that had just collapsed once again had a bottomless hole. And this time, it was Heaven's spiritual treasure who attacked. They still escaped. However, Heaven Numinous Treasure's expression was a little ugly. The hole-digging tribe's mystique had clearly not dug an ordinary hole. After entering the hole, the various large tribes had already entered another void. Therefore, he did not trample the people of the various large tribes to death. "You're called Meng Lu, right? You're very powerful, using your talent to buy them 3 breaths of time, enough for them to escape." Then, Heaven's spiritual treasure looked at Meng Lu and said. Meng Lu's face was pale, but the corner of his mouth revealed a proud smile. Now, he also had something to be proud of. Men were like that, they would never be cowards. If they wanted to be proud, they would be proud to the end. Chapter 30-26. Lin Ling had come out of seclusion. Capture him. Looking at the exhausted Meng Lu, the celestial spiritual treasure waved his hand. "Junior brother Lingbao, should we kill him?" Lu Xingyun wished he could tear Meng Lu into pieces. A genius like Meng Lu was just too terrifying. Leave him here for the time being. Make an example out of him and unify the dragon Tong and Fong. The celestial spiritual treasure left these words and left. Unify the dragon Tong and Fong. Hearing his words, all the warriors let out a deafening roar. The celestial spiritual treasure was indeed an expert from the heavenly court. He had only been here for a day, but he had conquered the dragon Tong and Fong at lightning speed. "I'll give you one more chance. If you agree to submit to me tomorrow, you won't have to die." Meng Lu was still standing on the ground, but the celestial spiritual treasure's voice rang in his ears. This made him say expressionlessly, "Even if you give me 10,000 years, I won't change my mind." This guy is really arrogant. Humph, he's just being shameless. If he follows the celestial spiritual treasure, he can enter the prominent sect. He might even become a member of the heavenly court and be valued by the martial god. He'll have a meteoric rise. In this vast universe, there are still a lot of fools. Seeing Meng Lu stubbornly refusing to submit, many people laughed sarcastically. That night, the Dragon Tooth City was also bustling with noise and excitement, as if they had won a great battle. Facts also proved that the fierce dragon crossing the river was still not as fierce as the local snake. Compared to the liveliness of the Dragon Tooth City, the ancient forest was much quieter. Except for the occasional cries of fierce beasts, the forest was like a deadly enemy. Hurry up and return to the city. Night is a paradise for monsters. At this moment, several figures were quickly passing through the forest. Their faces were filled with anxiety, and they were extremely cautious. In the ancient forest, except for those experts whom people looked up to, ordinary people did not dare to spend the night in the ancient forest because it was too dangerous. At this moment, a huge mountain range appeared in front of them. It was ancient and sacred, like a giant beast standing in the forest. Oh no, there's the smell of blood. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men's expression changed drastically. After he spoke, something strange happened. The forest rustled. Then, a black behemoth the size of an ancient cow walked out quietly with ferocious breaths coming out of its nostrils. This was a royal ring black extinction wolf. According to legend, it was a descendant of the vast moon cow and the dark cloud wolf. It was a product of the era of the gods, and it was also the taboo of this ancient forest. Generally speaking, such vicious wolves would only appear at night. They could use the darkness of the night to greatly increase their strength. Even 10th layer martial immortals would not be able to do anything to them. We're finished. The middle-aged man also knew how terrifying that beast was, so he smiled bitterly. Father, what should we do? Master, let's run. There were 3 other people beside him, and they all spoke up. It could be seen that they were a group of loose cultivators who had come here to obtain some heavenly materials and spiritual treasures, but they were unlucky to have encountered such a beast. We can't escape. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Under the night sky, the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf's speed reached the speed of 38 worlds. It was much faster than them. Father. Hearing this, one of the young girl's eyes became moist. Roar. At this moment, the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf strode forward proudly. It did not attack immediately, as if it was the king of the divine beasts, enjoying the fear of the ants. The pressure suddenly enveloped them like a huge mountain, and they did not dare to move at all. Bang! However, at this moment, the sound of light footsteps suddenly resounded. A slender figure appeared in the depths of the ancient mountain. His footsteps weren't fast, but they carried the rhythm of the universe. In just a few breaths of time, he appeared in the open space. This was a young man with delicate features. He was wearing a clean long robe, making it hard for anyone to forget him with a single glance. Young man, hurry up and leave. Young man. Seeing the young man, the middle-aged man in front of him subconsciously said. The young man was very unlucky. He knew that the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf was here, but he still came here. Wasn't he looking for death? However, the young man did not move at all. Instead, he smiled faintly. Woo! Almost at the same time, the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf stopped. It bared its teeth and made a low sound, as if it had met its natural enemy. You just came out of seclusion, so you're in a good mood. I'll spare your life. Woo! The young man didn't even look at the wolf as he muttered to himself. His words caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Just who was this guy talking to? Was he talking to the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf? Was he crazy? Woo! However, the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf's tail drooped down. Its ferocious aura disappeared, and its voice became deeper. In the end, it stared at the young man, turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. Its intuition told it that it could not afford to offend the mysterious young man. What? Wu. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the others were shocked. The Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf was the taboo of the ancient forest. Even a level 10 martial immortal could not resist it. But now, the ferocious wolf had run away? Could it be that it was afraid of the young man? Amazing! Wu. The young girl touched her small mouth, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. If the young man and the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf had a big fight, and the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf had run away, she would think it was normal. However, the young man had only said a few words, and the Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf had disappeared without a trace. My friends, what happened in the ancient forest during this time? Yes. While the crowd was exclaiming, the young man walked over with a smile. There are many small things, but there is one big thing. I heard that the Dragon Teeth City is going to unify the Dragon Tongue Tooth region. The middle-aged man looked at the young man in awe. Oh? Why would the Dragon Teeth City do that? The young man looked interested. I heard that an expert came and bombarded the Heavenly River. The tribes in the forest were almost annihilated. In the end, one person was caught. Now, the Dragon Teeth City is calling all the powerful forces in the vicinity to gather in the Dragon Teeth City tomorrow. The middle-aged man said again. Hearing that, the young man's expression changed slightly. He looked into the distance and said, "Sir, thank you." After saying that, the young man walked away. His pace was not fast, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. How fast? I'm afraid that's the speed of 35 worlds. Seeing that the handsome young man had disappeared, the young girl's eyes widened. She knew that she had met an expert. It's more than that. The Imperial Ring Black Extinction Wolf has the speed of 38 worlds, but it was afraid of the young man. That means that the young man's speed is above the speed of 38 worlds. The middle-aged man said solemnly. He's so powerful. He looks like he's the same age as us. Why is he so much stronger than us? Hearing that, the several people of the younger generation all revealed expressions of admiration. He must be a genius from the Tantric sect or the prominent sect of the spirit state. These geniuses cannot be measured by common sense. They are the descendants of gods. They can travel all over the 9 states. They are not people we can look up to. Father, I didn't expect that we would be lucky enough to meet such an expert. I'm so jealous of him. Chapter 30:27. Demonstration. They hurried on their way, but they were grateful to the young man from before. If it wasn't for him, they would have died in the merciless forest. At that moment, the young man was heading towards Dragon Tooth City. His face was extremely ferocious, and a ferocious aura filled the air. He was Lin Ling. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he wanted to see what kind of experts had come from the heavenly court. Unknowingly, the sun rose, and purple clouds came from the east. A large number of experts had gathered in the vast Dragon Tooth City. They surrounded the city, and their faces were filled with excitement. Those experts had come from all over the world. They had received news that someone was going to unify the Dragon Tooth region. They were looking forward to it. This was because they were rogue practitioners after all. Even if they had a few disciples, they were from an unorthodox sect and had always lacked a signboard-like identity. Therefore, if the experts in Dragon Tooth City could gather them, they would be a big force and might even be able to enter the Vajrayana sect or the prominent sect. The Tantric sect and the prominent sect were the giants of the spirit province. After entering, the spirit province's cultivation resources would be continuously provided. Is the person who summoned us Bailey Yixiong? No, I heard that it's an expert from the heavenly court, the disciple of the martial god. Wow, his background is not small. Whispers rang out one after another, causing the entire city to gradually become lively. Those who spoke were only in the 10th stage of the martial immortal realm. Even those in the middle stage of the martial immortal realm were not qualified to speak. They could only look up at those experts, and their hearts were filled with shock. Thanks to everyone's kindness, I am extremely honored to have gathered here in Dragon Tooth City today. At that moment, a loud voice finally rang out, causing the entire city to become silent. Everyone looked around, and they immediately saw several figures appear in the sky, looking down at them like gods. So young. After seeing the heaven's spiritual treasure, the experts from all sides were incomparably shocked. I'll make it short. We came here today to unify the Dragon Tongue Fong and establish a branch of the Heavenly Court. We'll also make everyone a prominent force and seize a large amount of cultivation resources from the Spirit Province. Everyone here is an expert from the Spirit Province, but they are strong but not famous. This is simply burying the heroes here, so only by obtaining fame can we obtain more benefits. Tian Lingbao smiled faintly and said again. When he said that they could enter Xianzong, people's breathing immediately sped up. Someone shouted, "Then what do we have to do? Join the Heavenly Court and follow me as your leader." The heaven's spiritual treasure swept its gaze across the crowd and finally spat out a sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city fell silent. Even Lu Shengyun's eyes flashed slightly. This celestial spiritual treasure had a big appetite. He already had his own celestial court branch, and now he wanted to annex his own territory. If this celestial spiritual treasure became the head of the celestial court, then he could only be the deputy. Furthermore, if the heaven's spiritual treasure were to return to Master, he would be able to receive Master's praise. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, Lu Shengyun did not dare to say anything. How is it? The heaven's spiritual treasure looked at the heroes of the world and asked again. The people were still silent. Although the reward offered by the heaven's spiritual treasure was very tempting, they were not fools. They did not like to be bound, but they were also afraid of being used as a tool. Sir, joining the heavenly court is not a trivial matter. I think we should think about it in the long run. An old man at the peak of the martial immortal realm laughed. Senior, you are right. The heaven's spiritual treasure immediately nodded, but there was a touch of coldness in the depths of his eyes. He knew that he lacked prestige after all. The matter of joining the heavenly court can be dealt with slowly. However, there is one more important matter today, and that is the 3 villains who stirred up the Dragon Tongue Fong a year ago. Now that we have caught one of them, for the sake of the peace of the Dragon Tongue Fong, I plan to execute him in front of everyone. The heaven's spiritual treasure suddenly waved his hand. Under the ground, there was a roar, and then a huge stone pillar floated up. A young man was tied to the stone pillar. At this moment, he looked tired and his eyes were slightly closed. One of the 3 young men who overturned the Dragon Tooth City a year ago. Some martial artists who came from afar exclaimed. They had also heard of this matter. It was said that the 3 young men were ferocious dragons with extraordinary courage, and they had created the first battle record. But now, such a powerful genius young man had been caught. This meant that the heaven's spiritual treasure was indeed not to be underestimated. Killing him can be considered as the first shot fired by the heavenly court in the Dragon Tongue Tooth. The heaven's spiritual treasure said again. His tone was calm, but in fact, he was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, and it was also a demonstration of power. And the fact was indeed so. The reactions of the experts changed quietly. There was a touch of reverence in their eyes when they looked at the heaven's spiritual treasure. Bastard! Not far from the Dragon Tooth City, a large number of people were hiding in the forest. One of them shouted angrily. He was Sakura. Sakura, don't be impulsive. They must have known that we would come. They might have been waiting for us to jump into the trap. Yes, that heaven's spiritual treasure obviously did it on purpose. The clan leaders of the various clans said. I know that too. But seeing Meng Lu die there, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Sakura said with red eyes. He clenched his fists, and his nails pierced his palms. In the end, they could only wait and see. At this moment, the Dragon Tooth City was still silent. The Heaven Spiritual Treasure looked at Meng Lu and said, Meng Lu, you are a rare genius, so I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me. If you don't, then die. Hearing that, Meng Lu sneered and snorted disdainfully as his answer. Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. Don't blame me. Even if you were a real dragon, you wouldn't be able to survive in my hands, let alone a genius like you. Seeing that, the Heaven Spiritual Treasure nodded and raised his leg high. It looked like he was going to kill Meng Lu, but in fact, he was telling everyone that they had better submit to him. Otherwise, they would end up like this genius. He's dead, he's dead. I heard that this genius can fight against a half-saint, but he still has to die. Looking at Meng Lu who was about to die, many people's hearts roared, and they began to hesitate whether to join the heavenly court. At the same time, the Heaven Spiritual Treasure attacked, trampling heaven and earth. In the sky, a huge foot stirred up the wind and clouds, and with a momentum that shocked the Dragon Tooth City, it stomped down on Meng Lu. That terrifying foot once again caused everyone to be horrified. No one below the half-saint realm could block that foot. People further understood the power of the Heaven Spiritual Treasure. At this moment, Sakura, who was outside the city, couldn't hold back anymore. He let out a roar and pounced into the city. The clans behind him also knew that a battle of life and death was coming, so they didn't hesitate and rushed into the Dragon Tooth City. It's too late. The Heaven Spiritual Treasure wasn't surprised by the appearance of Sakura and the others. In fact, he had been luring Sakura and the others out because he was betting on their brotherly relationship. Of course, he was right. Chapter 30-28. The Final Battle in Dragon Tooth City. However, just when everyone thought that Meng Lu was about to be stomped to death, a cold and gloomy aura filled the air. A figure appeared in front of Meng Lu like a ghost. He had one hand behind his back while the other was supporting the sky. He wanted to resist the huge foot in the sky. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and the air billowed. People saw that the person who suddenly appeared made it difficult for the foot in the sky to stomp down. In the end, the foot shattered like glass. This change was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Lin Ling. After the attack of the Heaven Spiritual Treasure disappeared, Lu Shengyun and Bailey Yixiong also saw the person who came and could not help but exclaim. Lin Ling? The last of the three young men? He finally appeared. Boom! Dragon Tooth City was also stirred up at this moment. Many people knew that among the three young men, one of them could not be underestimated, and he was Lin Ling. This young man was the leader of the fierce dragons. Second brother. At this moment, Sakura and the others had already rushed into Dragon Tooth City, and they were all overjoyed. Meng Lu was tied to the stone pillar. At this moment, the corners of his mouth were also outlined, and it was a proud smile. Lin Ling, had he finally come out of seclusion? Moreover, during this seclusion, he and Sakura's strength had increased greatly, and they could fight with a half-saint. As the most terrifying genius in Qingzhou, his improvement would not be less than Sakura's. Big brother, look after Meng Lu. At this moment, Lin Ling came to the stone pillar. He pulled his right arm and broke the chain. Next, he carried Meng Lu and walked toward Sakura and the others. The whole process could be said to be unscrupulous, and he did not pay attention to the experts in the sky. Okay, second brother, I will look after him. After receiving the dream stream, Sakura immediately nodded solemnly. The major clans also looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's cultivation had increased, which made them more confident. Although they did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the Heaven Spiritual Treasure, they had no way to retreat, so they could only fight with their backs against the wall. Lin Ling's eyes also began to look at the sky. There were 3 half-saints there, and one of the young men was so extraordinary that he could not help but lick his lips. However, his fighting spirit was also boiling. The corner of his mouth slightly moved, and his calm voice with a touch of madness permeated Dragon Tooth City. "Today, I will wash the heavenly court with blood." The moment these words floated out, the entire Dragon Tooth City was in an uproar. The eyes of all the experts narrowed, and then they revealed sympathetic gazes. Although Lin Ling was like a ferocious dragon crossing the river, the strength of a heaven spiritual treasure was obvious to all. Therefore, no one thought that Lin Ling was a match for a heaven spiritual treasure. "Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, you are really good at joking." Bailey Yixiong and Lu Xingyun did not interrupt Lin Ling because they wanted to see Lin Ling's final struggle. Although Lin Ling had the God Shooter arrow, the arrow was not accurate. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to kill a half-saint, they still had 2 half-saints. "Lin Ling, you escaped last time, but you still dare to come back. Do you think you can leave here alive today?" Lu Xingyun laughed, and his face became ferocious. The hatred of his daughter's death filled his heart at this moment. Although Lin Ling's God Shooter bow was terrifying, he knew that it would take a lot of time before the bow could be shot. So, he only needed to prevent Lin Ling from shooting. "I'll kill you." Lu Xingyun could not hold back his murderous intent. He stepped forward, and the fierce sound of thunder enveloped the sky, giving people a huge pressure. Lu Xingyun was also Martial God Qilan's disciple, and his strength was not weak. However, he was frightened by Lin Ling's arrow in the past. Thunderstorm. This time, he used his full strength. His realm essence was vigorous, and formed a terrifying thunder tribulation, suppressing Lin Ling. Looking from the ground, a huge black thunderball appeared in the sky like a scorching sun. Its surface was full of ferocious electric snakes, which made the faces of Sakura and the others solemn. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'll help you." Reverend King took the lead and shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would not be able to block that move. "Second brother, I'll help too." Sakura was anxious, and he directly turned into a white bone giant. Now that it was a battle of life and death, they did not care about the numbers. Moreover, they knew that Lin Ling's God Shooter bow was terrifying, so they wanted to buy time for Lin Ling so that Lin Ling could use that arrow. "Is this one of the 3 young men? Is that all?" The celestial spiritual treasure said with his hands behind his back, his eyes full of disdain. He thought that this guy named Lin Ling had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now it seemed that he was only comparable to Meng Lu and the others. With such strength, not to mention the celestial spiritual treasure, even Lu Xingyun could kill him. It would just take more time. "No need, I'll deal with him." At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Without looking at Lu Xingyun in the sky, he took a step and shot into the sky. Boom! Under his steps, the realm-swallowing beast roared, the space-time fire boiled, and the dragon god roared. Rumble! The entire Dragon Tooth City instantly shattered, and dust rose into the sky. This fierce step directly changed the faces of all the warriors. Was this still a fierce dragon? This was simply a dragon god. Go to hell. Lu Xingyun was also surprised by the reaction of Lin Ling's foot, but he knew that if Lin Ling did not shoot the arrow, he would not be a match for him with his own strength. What's more, Lin Ling actually dashed towards his thunderstorm ball. Wasn't he overestimating himself? One should know that his storm of thunder ball had gathered 30% of his rank power. People seemed to have come to their senses, and they all looked at the huge thunder ball storm in the sky, wondering about Lin Ling's choice. Lin Ling disappeared into the black storm, and the thunder ball still smashed into the ground. It was terrifying. He won't die like this, will he? After a while, someone finally spoke, but more people nodded. The rank power of the Sage-to-Be realm was like divine power. How could a martial immortal resist it? Boom! However, at this time, the thunder ball, which was bigger than the Dragon Tooth City, roared, and then cracks appeared on it. Finally, it exploded. Oh my God! Am I seeing things? At this time, people were shocked. It was as if they saw a butcher's knife slashing at Lin Ling's neck, but Lin Ling's neck did not break. Instead, the butcher's knife broke itself. At the same time, a figure shot toward Lu Xingyun like a cannonball, which made Lu Xingyun's face change greatly. It seemed that he still could not react. That was because the Lin Ling from a year ago, other than the sword and the godly bow, was not worthy of his attention. But now, Lin Ling did not use his sword, nor did he use his bow, and easily broke his rank power. Chapter 30-29. A great battle against a half-step saint. However, Lu Xingyun was also a half-step saint realm expert. Although he was surprised, he was not flustered. He once again activated a huge amount of realm essence and punched towards Lin Ling. This punch was also the pinnacle of his primordial boundary technique. Lu Xingyun, last time you escaped with your life. Today, you dare to stir up a bloody storm in front of me? At the same time, Lin Ling also arrived. He transformed his boundary essence into a ferocious punch and collided with Lu Xingyun's attack. The moment their fists collided, Lu Xingyun finally panicked because he felt that Lin Ling's punch was not at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm at all. Instead, it was more like a sage-to-be realm. Although it did not have the aura of a sage, the richness of the realm essence was beyond his imagination. Junior brother Ling Bao, save me! He cried out anxiously. He never would have thought that 1 year later, Lin Ling's normal punch would be so hard for him to block. Beast, don't be so arrogant. The heavenly spiritual treasure did not move, but Bailey Yixiong had already attacked. He could not watch Lu Xingyun die in front of him. If I, Lin Ming, want to kill someone, no one can save them. However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to Bailey Yixiong's attack. His fists were still rolling out, and they were even faster than before. Boom! With Lin Ling's sudden burst of boundary essence, Lu Xingyun's fist suddenly shattered like a firecracker, reaching his arm. His face was distorted, as if he couldn't believe everything in front of him. What had happened not long ago was now like a fleeting cloud. At that time, someone had humiliated his daughter, which made him very unhappy. He sent out experts to kill the 3 cockroaches, but who knew that the cockroaches were lucky? Not only did they not die, they even killed his daughter right under his nose. Now, the 3 cockroaches had grown, and the person in the lead even had the strength to kill him. All of this was like a dream. Finally, he woke up from his dream. Boom! His body was simply and brutally destroyed by the huge amount of realm essence. Blood and bone fragments fell to the ground like rain. The entire city was dead silent. A sage-to-be expert had been killed by a genius in the late stage of the martial immortal realm. Furthermore, he had been killed with a single punch. At this moment, not only the various experts, even Sakura and the others had their eyes trembling as they locked their gazes on the blue-robed figure in the sky. Today, Lin Ling didn't seem to be here just to save people. Instead, he seemed to be here for revenge. He does indeed have some strength. However, it's also very strange. He is clearly a 5th-level martial immortal, but his surging world essence actually gives me the feeling of a 15th-level martial immortal. Even Tian Lingbao was shocked because even though he came from Xian sect, he had never seen such a strange genius. Bailey Yixiong, it's your turn. Come and fight. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at Bailey Yixiong. Obviously, killing Lu Xingyun did not make him burst out with his full strength, so he lacked a feeling of exhaustion. Being stared at by Lin Ling, Bailey Yixiong's heart trembled inexplicably. His strength was slightly weaker than Lu Xingyun's. Now that Lin Ling had invited him to fight, he was a little flustered. Bailey Yixiong, a sage-to-be expert, is he afraid to fight? A year ago, these 3 young men were hunted down. Now, the young man has invited him to fight, and Bailey Yixiong is afraid of fighting. What a terrifying guy. The people stared at Bailey Yixiong and suddenly guessed something. Lord Ling Bao, help me. Yes. Sure enough, Bailey Yixiong did not dare to fight. He also looked at Tian Ling Bao and ran towards him after he finished speaking. Lin Ling, I am injured today, so I don't plan to fight with you. Yes. As he walked, he said disdainfully. If I want to fight, no one has the right to escape. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. Bailey Yixiong was obviously afraid, but he still wanted to show off. Let's see if he had the strength to show off. Bang! The void exploded in an instant. Lin Ling moved. The speed of 40 worlds burst out and turned into an invisible ominous chi, sweeping over Bailey Yixiong. A gust of wind suddenly came from behind, which made Bailey Yixiong's pupils tremble violently. He knew Lin Ling had made his move. Moreover, the momentum brought by his move made him feel that he could not resist. He quickened his pace and even roared in his heart. How could this be? The cockroach that was hunted down a year ago was now killing him. This cockroach was too big. You must be very curious as to why I have improved so much after a year. Let me tell you, it is because of the imperial crystals you gave me. Of course, there is also the bronze secret chamber left by Lu Shengyun. Ha! The ethereal voice strangely appeared in Bailey Yixiong's ears, which made his pupils tremble. Could it be that Lin Ling had used their treasures to improve his strength crazily? However, even if they had treasures, no one could improve their strength by several times in a year. Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling was an expert that they had cultivated with all their wealth. Most importantly, such an expert was their opponent. You. Thinking of this, Bailey Yixiong's heart was filled with panic. He turned around and shouted angrily. However, there was no one behind him, which made him feel puzzled. I am in front of you. You. However, a cold voice, which seemed to come from the underworld, floated in front of him. This made Bailey Yixiong turn around in disbelief. When he saw the blue-robed youth who was only a meter away from him, the corner of his mouth trembled. When did Lin Ling come in front of him? He could not see through such a speed at all. For a moment, Bailey Yixiong stood there and did not dare to move. Lin Ling smiled coldly and stepped forward. That subtle movement made Bailey Yixiong's whole body tremble, as if he had seen a ferocious monster. A dignified sage-to-be is actually scared to this extent. Seeing this scene, everyone continued to exclaim. Even Di Shi Tian and Meng Lu opened their mouths wide. The sage-to-be realm was the sky of Azure Prefecture. It was an expert on the same level as Emperor Qing. Not long ago, they were helpless when facing such an expert. However, in such a short period of time, Lin Ling was already capable of making a sage-to-be panic. This meant that if Lin Ling returned to Azure Prefecture, then Azure Prefecture would respect him. I don't know how this fellow cultivates. His comprehension ability is terrifying, and even his combat strength is terrifying. Meng Lu shook his head helplessly. He could be considered a formidable genius, but compared to Lin Ling, he was like the light of a firefly. Lord Spirit Treasure, save me. At this moment, Bailey Yixiong seemed to have lost the ability to resist, so he could only seek help from the Heaven Spirit Treasure. Your strength is really strange. I always thought it was an illusion, but now I realize that you can really defeat a sage-to-be at the first level. The Heaven Spirit Treasure knew that he should make a move. He had been observing Lin Ling all along, so he was familiar with Lin Ling's strength. Of course, the more familiar he was, the more shocked he was. You can't kill him with me here. The Heaven Spirit Treasure finally intended to make a move. He raised his foot high as if he wanted to trample the world. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, not even the gods can save him. Chapter 30:30. Geniuses against geniuses. Without the power of cultivation, it was such a simple punch. However, although it looked simple, it was a punch that combined three desolate physiques, a punch that reached the 20th stage of the martial immortal realm. Save, save, save me. Bailey Yixiong did not even dare to resist. His voice was extremely weak. At that moment, there was only regret in his heart. If he had known that the cockroach was so strong, he would not have attacked Lin Ling in the past. He even blamed his dead son, Bailey Yanwu. Why did he have to provoke such a monster? Savage 18 Steps, Soldier's Blade Calamity. When Lin Ling attacked, the Heaven Spiritual Treasure's attack also arrived. Before it landed, everyone on the ground lay down as if they were attacked by an invisible pressure. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the sky as he punched out with his fist. "You're crazy." Bailey Yixiong knew that he was done for. Lin Ling was willing to risk being injured to kill him. His determination would not change even if the sky collapsed. "I regret it." Bailey Yixiong roared toward the sky. "Cockroach, cockroach, cockroach my ass. This is clearly a divine dragon." Boom! In the next instant, Bailey Yixiong's chest was penetrated by a punch. He looked at his chest with a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. In the next instant, his body exploded. Looking at the dead Bailey Yixiong, the mouths of the experts trembled. There was only one sentence in their minds: if I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, not even the gods can save me. It seemed that it was indeed so. Dead, the two strongest half-saints of the Dragon Tooth City are both dead. Beside Indra, the people from the various big clans muttered. They had fought with the Dragon Tooth City for many years but had never been able to defeat them. And now, the Dragon Tooth City was completely submerged in the hands of three young men. "You're courting death." Seeing Bailey Yixiong die, the Heaven Spiritual Treasure seemed to be humiliated. That was because he thought that since he had attacked, Lin Ling would have to face him with his full strength. However, Lin Ling did not even bother to pay attention to him and killed Bailey Yixiong right in front of him. That was obviously a form of contempt. In the sky, the foot that could trample the wilderness had finally arrived. It was capable of killing all martial immortals. Stomp, this was an extremely rare martial art, but it was like an emperor trembling, with a domineering aura. Clang! Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would definitely be injured, Lin Ling also attacked. This time, the attack was smoother than usual. There was no need to prepare anything. This meant that after Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, his control over the mysterious scabbard had become even more perfect. Boom! The foot collided with the giant sword. The Dragon Tooth City, which was already in ruins, turned into ashes. In the sky, the world essence seemed to be boiling, surging and moving. This caused the 10th layer martial immortal experts to tumble in the air like straws, unable to control their bodies. However, they were also staring at the scene of the collision. Then, they were shocked to find that Lin Ling's sword had actually blocked the foot in the sky. Lord Heaven's spiritual treasure is more powerful than Lu Shengyun and Bailey Yixiong. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for Lord Heaven's spiritual treasure. However, that fierce dragon called Lin Ling blocked the foot by himself. Moreover, Lin Ling has just killed Bailey Yixiong. Even though he was anxious, he was still able to resist the attack. He is truly a genius. This is a battle between geniuses. However, compared to Heaven's spiritual treasure, that junior called Lin Ling is more like a genius. Everyone was sent flying by the impact, but they still spoke one after another. That's not how you cultivate the savage 18 steps. Lin Ling held the sword with both hands, still blocking the foot in the sky, and said disdainfully at the same time. His words were undoubtedly like a slap on Heaven's spiritual treasure's face. A junior of the martial immortal realm had actually used a lecturing tone to talk to him. Do you only know how to show off? The savage 18 steps is a great body. Heaven's spiritual treasure was obviously angry. His feet moved in a strange way and repeatedly stepped on the ground, as if a giant was going to stomp on the earth. According to legend, his talent was God's guard. The strength of his feet was extremely terrifying, and he could erupt 50% of his cultivation level strength. Coupled with his second-level desolate body, he did not believe that he could not stomp this cockroach to death. Boom! 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 The ground continued to shake as if the dragon's tongue and teeth had been destroyed. Countless feet stepped on the void. Everyone was floating in the distance, and their faces were filled with horror. Under such a terrifying attack, could Lin Ling still be alive? The savage 18 steps is full of loopholes. How did your master teach you? Did he teach you to eat shit? However, before the terrifying power disappeared, a disdainful voice was heard. On the shattered ground, Lin Ling stood with his sword in hand. Not only did he look fine, but he was also trembling with spirit. How is this possible? Heaven's spiritual treasure's eyes widened. His previous move could not even be blocked by a first-level half-saint, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a martial immortal. He did not know that the martial art he practiced was taught to martial god Qilin by Li Xiaoyao. In terms of familiarity with the savage 18 steps, no one was more familiar than Lin Ling. The martial art was an advanced 7th-level martial art. It was as vast as the universe. However, there were flaws in it. If one could see through the steps, many of them could be broken. A half-saint genius is nothing more than this. On the ground, Lin Ling laughed wildly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Heaven's spiritual treasure. When he heard Lin Ling's sarcastic voice, the Heaven's spiritual treasure, who had been maintaining his composure, no longer remained calm. He had not expected Lin Ling to be even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. A moment of luck does not mean that it will last forever. The Heaven's spiritual treasure activated the 18 savage steps once again. This time, the sole of the foot was even more terrifying. This was because the sole of the foot was no longer blocking out the sky. Instead, it was condensed in his right foot. His speed was greatly increased as he shot towards Lin Ling like the finishing touch of a dragon. This was a close combat. Moreover, although the foot looked ordinary, it was more powerful than the previous one. The void suddenly exploded as the sole of his foot shot toward Su Ke with the speed of 50 miles. No one could see through the foot. Everyone's faces were grave. Watch me break you. However, Lin Ling was as calm as a mountain. The essence, energy, and spirit in his body merged and turned into a sword. The headless old man appeared strangely. His robe fluttered and his sword was like a clap of thunder. Clang! It was an ordinary sword. However, it stabbed the 12 rain acupoints on the sole of Heaven's spiritual treasure's foot. That was a very small acupoint. Normally, it would not be a big problem. However, Lin Ling knew that after Heaven's spiritual treasure used the foot, that acupoint would be his only weak point. Puff! The soul of Heaven's spiritual treasure's foot immediately deflated. The protective light disappeared and blood spurted out from the sole of his foot. Ah! Heaven's spiritual treasure let out a painful cry. His body flew backward and he spat out blood. Lord Heaven's spiritual treasure is injured? There was no one who wasn't shocked and moved when they saw this scene. They did not expect Lin Ling, who was only a martial celestial, to be able to injure a half-saint genius. Chapter 30-31 Divine Elixir Dance, Light-Slaying Deity Domain. You, a sage to be, are like an ant in front of me. It's impossible for you to defeat me with the 18 steps of the savage wilderness. Clang! Lin Ling held the giant sword diagonally. He knew that his essence, energy, and spirit were disappearing, so he had to make use of this power to pursue the enemy. Therefore, he shot toward the Heaven's spiritual treasure. Seeing that Lin Ling's aura was rising steadily, the crowd felt as if a stone had caused 1,000 ripples. They did not expect that Lin Ling would not only injure the heaven's spiritual treasure, but also take the initiative to attack. The elegance and courage of a martial immortal were likely to be enjoyed by Lin Ling alone. Moreover, the experts did not plan to join the heavenly court because the heaven's spiritual treasure could not even kill the young man. It was not worthy of its reputation. Clang! The crisp sound continued to be heard. Lin Ling and the heaven's spiritual treasure had exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant. The battle was extremely fierce. Enough! Clang! Finally, the heaven's spiritual treasure roared. After colliding with Lin Ling, it floated back hundreds of meters. Its face was extremely ferocious. It did not expect that the young man could understand its 18 steps of the savage wilderness and break them one by one. It had the dragon-slaying saber, but it was as if it could not use it. The feeling of being neither up nor down was worse than being killed. Therefore, it knew that it had to give up the 18 steps of the savage wilderness and use its final trump card. You must die. You must die. Jianghu saint-slaying pill. Clang! A blood-red elixir appeared in his hand. As soon as the elixir appeared, a sharp murderous aura spread out. It was like a wave that surged around him, causing his entire body to become illusory. It was extremely mysterious. Jianghu saint-slaying pill, there is no way to refine it. It can only be found in the land of miracles. Seeing that, Lin Ling could not help but become serious. He had heard of that pill before, but he did not expect martial god Qilin to give him such a precious heaven spiritual treasure. Jianghu saint-slaying pill, you will not rest until you kill someone. Clang! Among the various cultivators, some of them also let out cries of surprise. Senior, what is the Jianghu saint-slaying pill? Clang! The people around him were immediately puzzled. This is a killing pill, within it is the power of a deity. Those who consume it will definitely kill. It can continuously increase one's cultivation realm and realm essence, ultimately killing the target. Meanwhile, those who consume this pill will have their lifespan reduced by 10,000 years. The old man said solemnly. This was a pill that cost one's life. It can continuously increase one's realm and realm essence. This was too heaven-defying. Although it was known that pills came at the cost of one's lifespan, a martial artist would always encounter a powerful enemy. When life and death approached, lifespan was obviously not important. Thus, these pills were extremely rare treasures. They could even be called life-saving pills. At this moment, the heaven spiritual treasure's long hair was dancing wildly, emitting the sound of metal clashing. His eyes looked as if they were dripping blood. He silently chanted an incantation and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the elixir. This caused the elixir to mutate and its murderous aura became even more frenzied. At some point in time, Lin Ling's face had appeared on the surface of the pill. It was like a cursed mirror. This meant that as long as Lin Ling was alive, the effect of the elixir would never fade. This was the power of a deity. Staring at the elixir in his hand, the heaven spiritual treasure suddenly stuffed the elixir into his mouth. He did not expect that he would have to use such a precious dantian in a place like the Dragon Tongue Tooth. This made him roar like a volcano. He even began to recall. When Lu Xingyun asked martial god Qilin for help, the heaven spiritual treasure was full of disdain. He thought that Lu Xingyun was too useless and could not even subdue some trash. But now, he finally understood Lu Xingyun's helplessness. The young man in front of him was not a human at all. He was simply a monster. You should be proud to die under this pill. Light-killing realm. After the elixir's effect took effect, the heaven spiritual treasure's body turned blood-red. He smiled ferociously and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh! A strange wind formed nearby as if it had formed some kind of god's realm. Whoosh! The invisible wind was fluttering, but the wind could also kill people. Martial artists who were close to the realm, even if they were at the 10th level of the martial immortal realm, would be killed. Ah! A series of groans could be heard as the bodies of the 10th layer martial immortals continued to fall, as if they were being sliced to death. Most importantly, no one saw who had done it. It's so scary. Is it the wind? The people in the distance were frightened. They retreated frantically, afraid that they would enter the realm. Moreover, as time went by, the wind became even crazier because it was formed by killing intent. Whoosh! A strand of hair in front of Lin Ling's forehead was cut off at this moment. This made his face more and more solemn. Following that, his robe was torn apart. Wounds appeared on his left and right arms. What made him most solemn was that he could not sense the attack of a heaven spiritual treasure. It was as if the entire domain was filled with the existence of a heaven spiritual treasure. This elixir was indeed heaven-defying. Second brother. Brother. Seeing that Lin Ling could not resist at all, Sakura and the others became anxious. Don't come over. Seeing that Sakura and the others wanted to rush over, Lin Ling immediately shouted. If Sakura and the others got close to him, they would definitely die. As for Lin Ling, his body was strong. Obviously, he could hold on for a longer time. Lin Ling is dead. If that elixir doesn't kill Lin Ling, its effect will not fade. According to legend, this elixir was made with the blood of gods. Not to mention the martial immortal realm, I'm afraid that even the middle or late stage of the half-sage realm can be killed. So scary? Yes. That's right. Because the elixir's effect is continuously increasing, it makes the heaven spiritual treasure's realm and strength continuously increase. It seems that Lin Ling is helpless. It's a pity that such a genius has died. The people in the distance started to discuss spiritedly. They kept shaking their heads. They did not expect that the battle would reach such a stage. If Lin Ling didn't die, then the heaven spiritual treasure would be destroyed. It seems that I can only stake it all on one throw. At that moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the wounds on his body. Instead, he muttered to himself. According to his current strength, the heaven spiritual treasure was definitely not his opponent. However, the heaven spiritual treasure had such a precious elixir. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Ling, now you know the consequences of offending my heaven spiritual treasure. What a pity, what a pity. If you don't die, you will definitely rise in the spirit province. However, you have no future. A cold voice suddenly exploded in the sky. It was the heaven spiritual treasure's voice. He was very satisfied. Although he sacrificed 10,000 years of his life, he had at least killed a genius. Therefore, he knew that Lin Ling was more regretful than him. Because if Lin Ling didn't provoke him, Lin Ling's future would definitely surpass his heaven spiritual treasure. Don't be too complacent. Hearing that, Lin Ling also said indifferently. Within his body, the dragon bone roared. The power of the dragon god appeared in his left arm. Then, he gently pulled. I see that the people of this world are walking on the boundless earth. They do not know what is going on. They know how to get rid of the law. They know how to enjoy glory and splendor for a few days. Even if they have 1,000 gene of gold, they do not know the poverty of the forest. Chapter 30-32. Heavenly Dragon Arrow, never miss. Second brother, come on. Sakura and the others vaguely saw Lin Ling's movements and knew that Lin Ling was about to use the god shooter bow. But very soon, their expressions changed drastically. Because last time, Lin Ling also used the god shooter bow, but at that time, his accuracy was too bad. Even Lu Xingyun was not killed. And now, the heavenly spiritual treasure had disappeared. Lin Ling was afraid that even with the god shooter bow, he would not be able to hit the opponent. Is this the god shooter bow? Not bad, but I want to see how you are going to shoot me. The heavenly spiritual treasure also noticed Lin Ling's dragon bow and let out a ferocious sound. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Qing Wu's murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling and constantly cut Lin Ling's body. Obviously, this was also a method that could obliterate gods. A terrible invisible murderous aura attacked, causing the flesh on Lin Ling's legs to disappear, only revealing a pair of white bones. And those were dragon bones, so they lasted longer. This terrible scene immediately made people continue to suck in a breath of cold air. If they were Lin Ling, they would have panicked and tried to find a way to escape. They would not be able to keep calm like Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were focused and cold. The scene of the heavenly dragon soars appeared in his mind. He knew that the arrow on the bow had to be shot. If I don't miss, I will kill him with one arrow. Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant devil eyes and soul power crazily rushed out at this moment. However, his body was getting worse and worse. It seemed that he was only 3 breaths away from death. Second brother. Seeing Lin Ling turned into bones, Sakura and the others roared and almost rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's right arm had indeed turned into bones, but when he opened his arm, the dragon god roared. The heavenly dragon's protection, the good karma increases day by day. At the same time, Lin Ling's pupils condensed and he gently opened his right arm. Half-saint genius, hand over your dog life. Whoosh! The birth of the speed of 100 realms, the shooting of the heavenly dragon arrow, the worship of 10,000 Buddhas. That arrow was like a streak of time, shooting forward as if it had no destination. However, a strand of terrifying Buddhist dragon light enveloped the entire area, illuminating everything with Buddhist light. This kind of power did not seem to be rank power, but a kind of power that no one had seen before. They knew that this power was very strong, and it made them want to worship it. This brat's divine bow is actually so strong. In the realm of God, the celestial spiritual treasure had actually disappeared. It had turned into a murderous aura, but at this moment, it was still palpitating. Fortunately, although the bow was powerful, it was invisible, so Lin Ling could not kill it. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, an indescribable power locked onto him, causing him to tremble with fear. Not good. He gave a low shout and weaved in and out of the divine region like gusts of killing wind. However, no matter how he moved, that strand of terrifying power followed him, and it was getting closer and closer. This shocked him greatly. Because, at this moment, he was no longer a human, but a god's killing wind. However, that power could actually follow the wind. Gradually, a sky full of stars appeared in the depths of his eyes, and an arrow like a dragon god appeared in front of him, locking onto his past, present, and future life. No! The celestial spiritual treasure finally knew how terrifying that arrow was. This was not a magical power cultivated by humans, but a magical power cultivated by the dragon race in the era of gods. The celestial dragon's arrow never missed. Rumble. People saw an arrow appear in the sky, and the arrow was like a tide. The surrounding space was shattered, and it was attracted by the arrow, forming a gorgeous tail. The arrow seemed to be shot from the sky, penetrating the invisible god's killing wind, and finally hitting the ground. Rumble. The whole ground instantly cracked, and with the arrow as the center, waves of earth rolled out like a monstrous wave. What a fierce arrow! Retreat! People all retreated. They clearly saw a figure appear in front of the arrow, and it was the celestial spiritual treasure. It should be known that the celestial spiritual treasure was invisible, and it disappeared in the chaos of the universe. However, it was still shot out by the arrow, which showed how terrifying that arrow was. Rumble. Following the final explosion, all the attacks came to an end. In the sky, specks of light sprinkled down like snow. It was an extremely beautiful sight. In this beautiful scene, countless dragon gods were roaring, but gradually, they shattered like glass. Looking at the ground, a huge pit appeared, and a figure was lying in the pit. There was an arrow in his heart, and at that moment, it was rapidly withering. And that person was the celestial spiritual treasure. This scene seemed to shock the world. Bang! At the same time, in the sky, a figure slowly floated down. This figure was also in a very sorry state, and his whole body was covered in blood. In many places, bones could be seen. However, this person did not move his eyebrows, and his character was extremely tenacious. And the most terrifying thing was, as he walked, those wounds slowly healed. And he was Lin Ling. When Lin Ling appeared in front of the celestial spiritual treasure, the celestial spiritual treasure opened its eyes with great difficulty, and its eyes were filled with confusion. A junior of the martial celestial realm had defeated it. It should be known that it was a genius of the Sage-to-be realm. You, who are you? Die. The celestial spiritual treasure looked extremely miserable, but it also made a weak voice, as if it wanted to understand everything before it died. Because after learning about Lu Xingyun's news, it had always thought that the three young men were ants, and could not make any big waves. However, it turned out that the three young men were extremely extraordinary, especially the young man in the blue robe. Li Xiaoyao. Die. Lin Ling looked down at the celestial spiritual treasure, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly, and he spat out a sentence. Li Xiaoyao. Die. Hearing this, the celestial spiritual treasure's eyes kept flickering, as if it was searching for something in its mind. Finally, its pupils trembled fiercely. It had only heard the name Li Xiaoyao once in its life, and that was when it accidentally heard its master talking with an expert. It seemed that this Li Xiaoyao was a person that even its master was extremely afraid of, and there was a blood feud between them. However, another expert had also said that Li Xiaoyao was dead. At that time, it clearly saw its master's face relax. But now, Li Xiaoyao had returned. You. Die. The celestial spiritual treasure pointed at Lin Ling as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and wanted to say something. In fact, it wanted to tell its master that Li Xiaoyao had returned. Huh, I'll take your dog life. Huh. Lin Ling sneered. Without waiting for the arrow to end the celestial spiritual treasure's life, he raised his foot high and condensed all the remaining realm essence in his dantian into the sole of his foot. 18 savage steps. 18 savage steps. Did you teach this martial art to my master? Huh. Seeing this, the celestial spiritual treasure's pupils trembled. He found that Lin Ling's 18 savage steps was more charming than his own, and even more ancient than his master's. Boom. Chapter 30-33. His name was Lin Ling. Looking at the mighty young man, the entire dragon-tongue-tooth tribe was silent. Half-sages were all dead. And the person who defeated them was only a martial immortal of the younger generation. Most importantly, this person fought against 3 people by himself. Dragon Tooth City has finally met a formidable opponent. Shivers. An ancient cultivator let out a trembling voice. As for the Dragon Tooth City's cultivators, their bodies continued to tremble as if their liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Dragon Tooth City will be completely annihilated today. Eliminate them. Shivers. At that moment, a cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the complexions of the Dragon Tooth City's cultivators to change greatly. Kill. Shivers. Indra and the others burst out with soaring battle intent and pounced towards the Dragon Tooth City's cultivators. Wait, Senior, we are not from Dragon Tooth City. Although we were summoned here, we did not plan to join the Heavenly Court. Yes. That's right, we will help you kill them right now. Shivers. Senior, please give me face. Shivers. Afraid of being implicated, the various cultivators all scrambled to speak. Kill them and you will not be at fault. Shivers. With his hands behind his back, Lin Ling softly decided the ownership of Dragon Tongue Tooth. Good. Shivers. Kill them. Shivers. How could the various cultivators dare to disobey? They even joined in the chase in an orderly manner. It was as if the Dragon Tooth City's cultivators were their mortal enemies. With the addition of the various cultivators and the 3 great clans, the number of Dragon Tooth City's cultivators continued to decrease. At that moment, they were undoubtedly filled with hatred. They knew that Dragon Tooth City was finished. As time passed, the earth was dyed red. The groans and cries of pain gradually became softer. The experts from all over the world were gasping for breath as they looked at the cold blue-robed young man. Finally, when they saw the latter reveal a smile, they completely relaxed. As for the people from the various great clans, they excitedly smiled. "Ha, second brother, you are still the fierce one." After a short moment of silence, Indra spoke first. "Lin Ling, you did not disappoint me." Meng Lu caressed his wound and walked towards Lin Ling with a smile. The 3 of them came from Qingzhou, but they encountered the local tyrants of Dragon Tooth City. All of them were as strong as Emperor Qing and as ferocious as gods. However, the 3 of them finally crossed this huge hurdle in a life-and-death battle. Ha! Seeing Sakura and the others, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud towards the sky. To him, he had accomplished the first step of taking revenge on the heavenly court. Although he was still some distance away from his peak, he had at least killed 2 of martial god Qilin's disciples. Go back. Lin Ling did not plan to say anything else. He called Di Shirtian and Dream Flow to leave this place. Looking at the 3 proud figures, the experts from all sides clearly understood what it meant to be a fierce dragon crossing the river. Furthermore, the name of the dragon tongue tooth might not be forgotten even after tens of millions of years. And that name was Lin Ling. After leaving the Dragon Tooth City, the people from all sides were extremely happy. From now on, the Dragon Tongue Tooth region would belong to them. Heroes, we will be leaving this place in 3 days. Although the forces in the Dragon Tooth City have been eradicated, you must be careful of the people from the Heavenly Court. I have a jade token here. If you encounter any trouble, you can inform me immediately. Lin Ling looked at the various clan leaders and said. This was because he was not sure if martial god Qilin would send someone stronger after the death of the heaven spiritual treasure. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that the dragon tongue tooth would be much safer if he left this place. This was because if martial god Qilin really wanted to take revenge, he would come for Lin Ling. Alright. Hearing this, the various clan leaders nodded. Next, Lin Ling did not leave for the time being. Instead, he recovered. This fierce battle had allowed him to become more familiar with himself. After combining his 4 dantians, he could even defeat a genius in the first heaven of the half-saint realm. This huge improvement made Lin Ling quite satisfied. Moreover, there was nothing in the dragon tongue tooth that was worth his time. It was time for him to rush to Xing Shiyun's side. Xing Shiyun must be very worried about him as he had wasted a lot of time on the dragon tongue tooth. 3 days later, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others set off on their journey. Before leaving, Sakura looked at the dragon tongue tooth reluctantly and said with a smile, "This place makes me feel a little reluctant to leave." When the 3 of them arrived at the dragon tongue tooth, other than fighting, all they did was fight. In the end, the 3 of them were reborn. The path of martial arts is still very long. If we stop at one place, it means that this is all we can do. So, let's move on. Lin Ling looked at the dragon tongue tooth and then strode forward boldly. After 3 days, a vast plain appeared in front of them as they followed the dragon tongue tooth. The plain was so big that it was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. In the plain, a large number of buildings were built on top of each other, giving off a lively feeling. This is the Spirit Province? Sakura stared ahead and couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Yes, this is the Spirit Province. The Spirit Province is ranked 4th in the 9 states. Unlike the Green Province, they don't work behind closed doors. They have connections with the other divine prefectures. So, if they are famous in the spirit province, the other divine prefectures will also hear about them. Meng Lu said with a smile. The spirit province was indeed much bigger than the green province. For example, not many people in the 9 states knew about the famous people in the green province, but many people in the 9 states had heard about the famous people in the spirit province. That was the difference. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling smiled. He was the calmest among the 3 of them. This was because in his previous life, after Li Xiaoyao came to the martial god realm, he didn't travel much in the weak divine prefectures. Instead, he left his footprints in the powerful divine prefectures. On the other side, in a mysterious palace, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Around his body, wisps of divine qi danced like ribbons, making the old man look like a god. Lu Xingyun is dead. Even the heaven spiritual treasure is dead. The old man's face was calm as he suddenly spoke. His words carried an aura that could move heaven and earth. Master, that's all we know. They were all killed by 3 young men. One of the young men is the most ferocious. He killed junior brother Tian Lingbao and the others alone. A woman in her 20s cupped her hands and said. This woman looked ordinary, but she was born with a strange temperament that made people want to get close to her. Apparently, she was the old man's disciple. This old man was martial god Qilin. What's the cultivation of that young man? The old man was still calm. The woman pondered for a moment and finally said, he's a level 5 martial immortal. As soon as she said that, the old man, who had been calm all this time, opened his eyes in vain. His eyes were like stars in the sky, flickering with a trace of surprise. You mean to say that a martial immortal level person of the younger generation defeated 3 half-sages of the first layer, and even defeated a heaven spiritual treasure with a divine pellet? Master, that's the truth. What's his name? Chapter 30-34. Arrived at the spirit province. Hearing that, the old man finally frowned. For some reason, he was very afraid of Lin Ling and wished that he could immediately kill him. Find an opportunity and kill him. Have your senior brothers move out and go to the 9 provinces to find him. What? Master, he's only a martial immortal. Hearing that, the woman was shocked. She could see that her master cared a lot about Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had some ability, he was still only a martial immortal. It wasn't enough for her master to give such a serious order. Disciple understands. However, the woman didn't dare to disobey the order and quickly nodded. After the woman disappeared, the old man was still frowning. Intuition told him that Lin Ling was not simple. Because after hearing Lin Ling's name, his heartbeat clearly sped up. One had to know that he had practiced martial arts for many years and comprehended the great Tao of the universe. There must be some secret that made his heartbeat suddenly accelerate. Do I need to tell her? Forget it. If she knew about such a small matter, she would also laugh at me. The old man muttered to himself and revealed a bitter smile. His daughter had already flown higher and higher. The father-daughter relationship of the past had also faded a lot. He also didn't know why his daughter was like this. Perhaps, powerful strength and the power of gods could make people abandon everything. At that moment, Lin Ling and the other 2 had already entered the prairie. Because the prairie was very large, all the powerful forces of the spirit province were gathered here. Through the conversations of passers-by, Lin Ling and the other 2 knew that the 2 largest forces of the spirit province were the secret sect and the prominent sect. Moreover, there was a legend in the spirit province that all the martial arts in the world were from the prominent sect. Thus, all the sects here belonged to the 2 sects. Moreover, ordinary sects didn't have the qualifications to enter. They needed a certain amount of strength. However, after entering, there were many benefits and an endless supply of cultivation resources. This should be the core of the spirit province. The strength of the cultivators is indeed very strong. I've already seen a few half-saints. Who cares? How are we going to find that constellation cloud now? This place is so big. If we really want to search, I'm afraid we won't be able to find it even after thousands of years. Indra and Meng Lu spoke one after another, and their words also made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. When Xing Xiuyun left, she left him a jade tablet that recorded the direction, but when he arrived at the spirit province, he discovered that the destination was somewhat vague, and the area was too vast. Let's rest for now. We'll think of a way to ask someone tomorrow. The three of them had just arrived in the spirit province, so they didn't have many acquaintances. Thus, they found an inn to rest in. This inn was quite extraordinary. Its exterior was made of crystal and it was very luxurious. Most importantly, this inn had a spirit formation carved on it. It was an extremely good place to cultivate. And Lin Ling had come for this. As for the lady boss of the inn, she was an extremely attractive and beautiful woman. Her dress was a little loose, and the hem of her skirt was very short. Her slender thighs were extremely alluring, and her chest was faintly visible. This was a feast for the eyes of all the martial artists that entered the inn. TSK, as expected of the great spirit province, there are so many beauties. Indra couldn't help but greedily stare at the lady boss. Big brother, don't mess around. That's an expert of the sage-to-be realm. The aura of a sage-to-be hidden on her body is extremely tyrannical. Lin Ling smiled and couldn't help but say. Those words made Indra's pupils constrict. What a fierce beauty. However, a sage-to-be realm cultivator actually opened an inn? Some people's martial path is different. Perhaps opening an inn is to experience all living beings and finally perfect their talent and martial path. Lin Ling explained, and his words made Indra nod his head. Their conversation wasn't loud, but how could it be hidden from the lady boss? Her beautiful eyes secretly flickered. These three young men were all martial immortals, but they gave her an extremely extraordinary feeling. They were probably peak geniuses. Especially that blue-robed young man, she actually couldn't see through him. Next, the lady boss elegantly walked over and politely asked Lin Ling if he wanted to stay or eat. Lin Ling and the others naturally wanted to stay. This made the lady boss smile tenderly and say, "Your luck is pretty good, the last room is still available. If you came a bit later, I'm afraid it would be robbed by others. Seems like our luck is pretty good. Lady boss, we'll stay for a day." Lin Ling also secretly rejoiced. The spirit formation set up in this inn required a lot of precious treasures, but the cultivation effect was 100 times better than the outside world. Thank you for your patronage, please pay the Emperor Crystals, Earth Room 28. After receiving Lin Ling's Emperor Crystals, the lady boss immediately saluted Lin Ling and the others. She was extremely enthusiastic, revealing the alluring cleavage in front of her chest, making Indra restless. As for Lin Ling, he helplessly smiled and walked towards the second floor of the inn. After a while, the three of them entered the room and immediately found that it was a world of its own. They could even choose their own cultivation scene, which could be in the Green Mountains or in the universe. It was extremely magical. What rich spiritual chi, second brother, aren't you good at spirit formations? If you can set up this spirit formation, the effect will be better than cultivating with Emperor Crystals. I can set it up, but the materials needed for this spirit formation are not easy to get. Then forget it. The three of them ordered some wine and dishes, chatting and laughing as they ate. While they were eating and drinking, several figures walked downstairs. Looking carefully, these people were all young, and their cultivation was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. One of them was even an expert at the 7th level of the martial immortal realm. Their auras were extraordinary, and it was obvious that their talents were not weak. Lady boss, we're here to see you again. Oh, young Master Lu is here. Do you want to eat or stay today? Hee, we're just here to see you. Can we do that? Young Master Lu, don't tease me. I want to eat and stay. Obviously, it was not the first time that the young man in the lead had come. The eyes of the surrounding martial artists lit up when they saw the jade pendant hanging on the young man's waist. They immediately knew that this young man was from the Xian sect. It's not a big problem to eat, but it's a little difficult to find a place to stay. At this time, the lady boss suddenly thought of something and said with a frown. Is it full? Lady boss, the meeting between the esoteric sect and the Xian sect is about to begin. I'm in a hurry to improve my strength. There are countless inns in the city, but only your inn has the best comprehension of cultivation. So today, I won't leave no matter what. That's a little difficult. After all, the guests have paid Emperor crystals. It's okay. I'll give them 3 times the Emperor crystals. Leave it to us. We won't make things difficult for you. Chapter 30-35. Geniuses from the Spirit State. Fortunately, Lin Ling and company were still eating and drinking, so it did not affect them much. However, their moods had turned sour. When the ancient stone door was opened, Sakura looked at the youth outside with an ugly expression. Even Lin Ling looked over. These youths were all wearing standard long robes. They were neat and straight with their long hair tied behind their heads. They looked like descendants of gods, giving off an extraordinary feeling. At least a second-grade desolate body. Lin Ling thought to himself. Give up the room and take these Emperor crystals with you. The leading youth did not even look at Sakura. He threw a large amount of Emperor crystals behind him as though they were alms to Lin Ling and company. It's like this. The lady boss also appeared and spoke apologetically. However, she was interrupted by the young man in the lead. Lady boss, we won't make things difficult for you. We won't give you any less than you deserve. The 3 of you should leave this place. Clearly, he did not dare to offend the lady boss, so he gave 3 times the Emperor crystals. I'll give you 1 word, scram. Sakura was stunned. He looked at the Emperor crystals on the ground and immediately roared angrily. His mood instantly turned sour because they were eating and drinking. Then, these people suddenly interrupted them and threw out Emperor crystals like they were beggars. Were they trying to humiliate them? Even if it was 3 times the Emperor crystals, Sakura was not interested in them. Sakura's sudden words undoubtedly stunned everyone. The person behind the youth could not help but laugh. You want us to scram? Even the warriors passing by laughed mockingly because they knew that these youths were from the Xian Zone. Being able to enter the Xian Zone explained everything. These 3 guests have quite the background. In my opinion, you'd better check out. The lady boss was helping Lin Ling and company. As they had offended the Xian Zone, unless Lin Ling and company did not leave the inn for a day, they would definitely suffer revenge. And when that happened, she would not be of much help. Thank you, but we've taken a liking to this room and don't plan to leave. So, lady boss, you don't have to say anything. We'll settle it ourselves. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke up as well. He then looked at the youths and said, I'll give you toads 10 breaths time to scram. Otherwise, we'll throw you out. When he said this, everyone was stunned again. That was because the crowd saw that Lin Ling and the other 2 were all in the middle stage of the martial immortal realm, whereas the young men from the Xian Zong sect were all in the 6th stage of the martial immortal realm, and there were even some in the 7th stage of the martial immortal realm. With such strength, they were actually telling them to scram. They were simply arrogant. I've been in the spirit province for many years, and this is the first time I've heard someone speak to me like this. I want to see how you're going to make us scram. Lady boss, you saw it yourself. I didn't do it on purpose, but the other party was too arrogant. The young man in the lead laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. You 3 country bumpkins, I'm afraid you don't know his name. He's Xia Lu from the rank 7 Divine Machine sect. The others said disdainfully. When they reported the origin of the young man in the lead, the eyes of many cultivators flickered. A rank 7 divine machine sect, even in the Xianzong sect, was not simple. 1. 2. However, Lin Ling directly ignored them, and calmly reported the number. Sakura and Meng Lu also smiled. They crossed their arms over their chests and looked at them calmly. Report it, report it. I want to see what you can do after 10 breaths' time. The leader, Xia Lu, coldly snorted. He seemed to have started to get angry. There's no need for them to report. Brother Xia Lu, I'll teach them a lesson for you. However, someone seemed to be impatient. That was because people in the 5th stage of the martial immortal realm dared to be so arrogant. They simply didn't know what it meant to be a genius of the spirit province. After he finished speaking, that person attacked. The moment he attacked, he used the power of his cultivation level, as if he was a god. Space-severing finger. As he shot out a finger, even the void was blocked. It was extremely sharp. Old man Space-Severing's famous work. The pupils of the people beside him fiercely trembled. Those youths were all very strong. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, they were existences that couldn't be underestimated in the martial immortal realm. That's all you've got? However, at that moment, Sakura also attacked. White bones appeared, and the desolate body roared. Boom! The two of them collided. If it was in the chaos of the universe, it would definitely cause a huge storm. Bang! 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 In an instant, that youth staggered backwards, and his expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that the guy with the talent of white bones would be so strong. How could he know that Sakura was a genius who could fight against a half-saint? I've underestimated you. Move aside, I'll do it. Xia Lu's eyes couldn't help but become more serious. He knew that he had encountered a genius of the martial immortal realm. Such a genius couldn't be measured by common sense. Fortunately, he was also an unparalleled genius. Buddhist sword, shaking the 9 heavens. A huge golden sword appeared behind Xia Lu. That person actually had the talent of the sword, and his cultivation level wasn't low. That was a 2nd stage desolate body. He extended his right arm, and on his palm, realm essence condensed into a sword. His cultivation level power had reached 20%. Comprehending 20% of cultivation level power in the martial immortal realm, that was indeed terrifying. Big brother, let me do it. Seeing that, Lin Ling said indifferently. He knew that Sakura wasn't weaker than Xia Lu. However, if he wanted to win, he would need to put in some effort. It would be a waste of time, so Lin Ling finally walked over. No matter who comes, you'll lose. Xia Lu glanced at Lin Ling and said disdainfully. The sword in his hand shot out like a dagger. At that moment, Lin Ling activated his 4 dantians, and various talents fused into his left arm, and punched out. Clang! Under countless gazes, the golden sword collided with Lin Ling's fist. Even though there was a barrier in the room, at this moment, the barrier was still tumbling like waves. Humph, overestimating yourself. Brother Xia Lu has a 2nd stage desolate body, and also has 20% of the Buddhist sword. Not to mention a 5th stage martial immortal, even a peak martial immortal wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, he was once undefeated by a half-saint. Seeing the collision between the two, the other youths sneered, and they were extremely confident. Gotcha. However, at that moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The invincible golden sword that represented the power of the Buddhist god was cleanly shattered. At the same time, an ominous aura gushed out, and a gust of wind swept over. It appeared in front of Xia Lu, and a punch landed on his chest, causing him to vomit blood and fly back. He crashed into the barrier in the corridor, and the barrier of the entire inn started to roll. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone to be greatly shocked. They didn't expect that the 5th stage martial immortal youth would be able to send Xia Lu flying. One must know that Xia Lu was a genius, and not an ordinary martial immortal. Even the eyes of the inn's proprietress flickered. Although Lin Ling's punch seemed ordinary without any cultivation level power, the ferocity of the realm essence gave her the feeling of a half-saint. Chapter 30-36. Divine Tactics Sect Leader, Dream of Divine Tactics. If you are a genius of the Spirit Province, then the geniuses of the Spirit Province are too disappointing. Lin Ling looked down at the young man. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without any arrogance or complacency. Such an expression undoubtedly caused the eyes of the surrounding people to flicker. What a proud young man! How could I have lost? Xia Lu shook his head continuously. He had actually lost to a nameless person. This was a great humiliation. I am a member of the Xian sect. If you dare to injure me, you can't leave here. Capture him for me. I will recommend whoever captures him to the Xian sect. Then, Xia Lu roared hysterically. His eyes were red as he looked at the surrounding people. Do you think you are a god? Others will listen to you? Seeing this, Lin Ling said disdainfully. However, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators flickered. One of them, a second-layer half-saint, frowned and looked at Xia Lu. Sir, you are not lying to us, right? Yes. Xia Lu immediately laughed and nodded. Don't worry. As long as you capture him, you will also be a member of the Divine Tactics sect. You will also be a member of the Xian sect. Yes. Good. The old man smiled excitedly. The others were the same. It could be seen that in the Spirit Province, every cultivator wanted to become a member of the Xian sect and the Mi sect. They were willing to go through water and tread on fire. Huh, do you see? Trash, scum, coward. You want us to get out? You are not qualified. Yes. The surrounding experts walked out one after another. This made Xia Lu extremely excited. He almost danced with joy. This scene also made Lin Ling and the other two frown. They did not expect the name Xian sect to bring about such a huge reaction. Little friend, sorry for the offense. Yes. Moreover, there were many people who wanted to capture Lin Ling. Many of them were half-saint experts. Most importantly, the old man from the very beginning had already made his move. His cultivation level was extremely powerful, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. However, he didn't panic at all. He was also prepared to erupt with all of his trump cards. Dream flow, I don't know if our luck is too bad, or if we're born to attract hatred, but we've just arrived in the Spirit Province and we've already met another opponent. Sakura and Meng Lu also looked at each other and entered battle mode. Although there were as many experts as there were clouds here, they had long been accustomed to the scenes of daily battles along the way. At worst, it would be the same as in the Dragon Tongue Fang. If they couldn't win, they would escape and make a comeback at that time. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Wait, who gave you the jade pendant hanging on your waist? In the blink of an eye, the old man suddenly stopped attacking, and his expression quietly became serious. Lin Ling was stunned when he heard this. He followed the old man's gaze and realized that the old man was staring at the jade token hanging from his waist. This jade token was really left behind by Xing Shiyun. My master. Lin Ling frowned and said. Your master. The old man's pupils changed. The word Xing was engraved on the surface of the jade token. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the identity jade token of one of the 4 heavenly kings of Tantra, Xing Shiyun. This kid was Xing Shiyun's disciple? With that thought, the old man's heart roared. Xing Shiyun was extremely famous in the Spirit Province. He was an old monster immortal, and his disciple was obviously not someone ordinary people could provoke. Compared to Xing Shiyun, this 7th grade divine machine sect was simply a fart. Catch him. What are you doing, a bunch of trash? At this moment, Xia Lu was still unaware of the old man's change, and he let out an angry roar. Hee hee. Hearing this, the old man laughed and said indifferently, "Little friend, how do you want me to teach him a lesson?" "Of course, give him 300 slaps. I want him to crawl out on his knees." Xia Lu thought that the old man was talking to him, so he said sinisterly. After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly, and the few young men beside him also laughed. However, Lin Ling saw that the old man seemed to be talking to him. This made him somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the jade pendant that Xing Shiyun left him had some great power? Without thinking too much, Lin Ling laughed and said, "As he wishes, give him 300 slaps and make him crawl out on his knees." Ha! Hearing Lin Ling's words, Xia Lu and the others were the first to laugh. "Big brother Xia Lu, try giving me a slap and see if I'm deaf." There was even an exaggerated young man who put his delicate face in front of Xia Lu. Slap. Xia Lu gave him a clean slap, telling the young man that he did not hear wrong, and that those country bumpkins were indeed stupid. Ha! That young man did not care about the stinging pain on his face, and laughed loudly again. In fact, even the lady boss was extremely suspicious. According to convention, these loose cultivators should give face to the tantric sect, so Lin Ling and the other two should be in trouble, but they were too calm. "Come, give me 300 slaps. I think 300 slaps is too little, how about 500? Xia Lu straightened his neck and clamored like a duck. However, just as he finished speaking, the old man sneered and finally made his move. He was in the second tier of half-saint. When he attacked, the aura of a saint was extremely powerful. It was like a strong gust of wind that swept through the summer. It was obvious that he was an existence similar to a sect master in other places. He could preach Tao and benefit martial artists greatly. Pa pa pa. As you wish. The crisp slapping sounds continued to ring out. The old man's attacks were swift and decisive. How could Xia Lu and the others block them? The thunderous slapping sounds directly stunned Xia Lu. The others were dumbfounded as well, and they were flabbergasted. 500 slaps? I definitely won't give you any less. The old man shouted in disdain. At this moment, it wasn't just the lady boss, even the other independent cultivators were extremely suspicious. However, many of them were cunning and couldn't help but look deeply at Lin Ling. After they quietly noticed the jade token on Lin Ling's waist, they seemed to have guessed something. "Old Lu, don't finish, leave a few slaps for me." Slap. The other independent cultivators also pounced on Xia Lu. This caused Xia Lu's face to be slapped like a meteor shower, and he was about to faint. Enough. Slap. When Xia Lu was beaten until he was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, a middle-aged man in his 40s slowly appeared on the stairs of the second floor. He was wearing a starry sky robe, and his aura was extremely unfathomable. The sect master of the Divine Tactics sect has entered the Divine Tactics realm? Seeing this, the others stopped attacking and looked indifferently at the middle-aged man. At this moment, they felt as if they had entered a dreamland where their lives and deaths were dictated by someone. Of course, the independent cultivators present were not weak, and they quickly recovered. They knew that the middle-aged man had the ability to control other people's dreams. This was also the power of a god. "Why did you teach my disciple a lesson?" The middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back and looked at the crowd as if he was denouncing them. "Master, kill them." Slap. Chapter 30-37. Xing Shiyun's reputation. This was the first time he had suffered such humiliation after coming to the Spirit Province, especially when those rogue cultivators suddenly turned against him. This made him feel like he had been deceived. He just didn't believe that those 3 country bumpkins were nobler than him. "Don't worry, Master will uphold justice for you." "Yes." The middle-aged man was clearly furious, and his voice became much colder. If you don't give me an explanation, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yes. Although these lone cultivators were not weak, he was from the Xian sect. If they provoked him, it would be the same as provoking the Xian sect. These trashy lone cultivators would definitely not dare to do so. However, that was the truth. The lone cultivators were all silent. Hee, very impressive. Take a look for yourself. Yes. However, the old man, who had been the most vicious earlier, smiled without a care at this moment. Moreover, his gaze was also cast towards Lin Ling and the jade token on Lin Ling's waist. If you don't have a good explanation, you can't leave here. Yes. The middle-aged man snorted and looked at Lin Ling. Finally, his gaze landed on the jade pendant. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the jade pendant was real, and there were also some in the Xian sect. However, there were not many of them, only 4. The holders represented the spirit provinces Mount Tai and Big Dipper. They were all immortals. At that moment, he was stunned. Xing, character. He had the jade pendant of the 4 heavenly kings, and the word Xing was carved on the jade pendant. Could it be Xing Shiyun of the Tantric sect? Could it be that these brats were related to Xing Shiyun? Xing Shiyun was the most powerful immortal-level martial artist in the spirit state. If these brats were related to him, then this matter would become troublesome. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man lost his previous arrogance. Instead, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Master, I'm going to give him 1,000 slaps and make him scram. However, Xia Lu thought that his master was here and that it was time for him to hold his head high. At that moment, he screamed again. The lone cultivators from before were outsiders and could not be relied on at critical moments. That was normal. However, this time, it was his master who was here. He could definitely be relied on. You bastard! However, things went beyond Xia Lu's imagination. His master was also unreliable. Slap! A crisp slap sounded on Xia Lu's face. He was stunned again. He was dumbfounded. The other youths were also dumbfounded. Why was everyone hitting them today? Furthermore, it was one thing for the rogue cultivators to hit them since they weren't on the same side. However, their master, who had always doted on them, was also hitting them. What exactly was going on? Xia Lu, give yourself 1,000 slaps, then get out of here. If you miss a single slap, I'll break your legs. The middle-aged man shouted at Xia Lu, his attitude extremely domineering. Seeing this, the crowd was also extremely astonished. They had never expected that such power would ultimately land on Xia Lu. Even Lin Ling and the others were puzzled. However, Lin Ling looked at the jade tablet on his waist thoughtfully. Could it be that the constellation clouds were very famous in the spirit province? Little friend, if 1,000 slaps aren't enough, then 3,000. You'll definitely be satisfied today. This bastard disciple of mine isn't strong, but he loves to cause trouble. I hope you won't take it to heart. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling. His tough attitude was gone, replaced by a smile. It was an obsequious smile. Fuck, what's going on? This scene caused Sakura and Meng Lu to be even more confused. On the other hand, Lin Ling smiled faintly. I'm a very easy person to talk to. There's no need for 3,000 slaps, right? 2,000 or so should be enough. Hearing this, the pupils of the surrounding people trembled. Was this still considered easy to talk to? 2,000 slaps. God knows how long it would take for this to happen. Bastard, hurry up and thank me. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man immediately nodded and looked at Xia Lu as if he was reprimanding him. Xia Lu was on the verge of tears. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he knew that he had definitely kicked an iron plate. I'll get out, I'll get out. Next, he didn't hesitate at all. After giving himself a few hundred slaps, he rolled out of the second floor like a gourd. His appearance made everyone cover their mouths and laugh. "Little friend, 2,000 slaps, I'll supervise him to complete it." Not a single slap less. Seeing his disciple rolling away, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling again. His gaze was sincere, as if he was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would still pursue today's matter. "I don't like to cause trouble, so let's just leave it at that." Looking at the middle-aged man indifferently, Lin Ling didn't intend to cause any trouble. However, he was even more curious about the jade pendant at his waist. As expected of a young and promising person. "With such courage, your name will definitely shake the spirit state." The middle-aged man seemed to exhale lightly, then flattered him. His words clearly expressed his attitude. This meant that he was wary of Lin Ling. Next, the middle-aged man didn't dare to stay. After a few polite words, he left. After the group of people disappeared, on the second floor, the crowd was still looking at Lin Ling and the other two in awe. Especially the gorgeously dressed lady boss. She was the most surprised because even the sect leader of the Xian sect's rank 7 sect was polite to this young man. This young man was definitely in existence like an emperor. "Little friend, your master is Xing Xian. I wonder if he can bring us to the tantric sect." Not long after, the first old man finally revealed Lin Ling's identity. "Master? Xing Xian's disciple?" Some of the people who didn't know the situation suddenly realized and inhaled sharply. "You're the disciple of Lord Xing Xian, who was the talk of the town a year ago?" Even the lady boss's beautiful eyes narrowed. Now she finally knew why Meng Shenji's attitude changed. It turned out that this young man's background was not small. Seeing this, Lin Ling was also very surprised. He smiled bitterly and said, "Is that old man Xing Xian very famous in the spirit state?" "Old man?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes trembled. In the Qing state, only this young man dared to call Lord Xing Xian that. Not only is he famous, but he also represents half of the sky in the spirit state. Tantric sects rank 1 to 10 sects only needs to raise his arm and shout, and everyone has to listen to his orders. If he sleeps in the spirit state, he only needs to turn his body slightly, and the entire spirit state will be shaken. A year ago, Lord Xing Xian suddenly announced to the entire spirit state that he had recruited a disciple. At that time, the entire spirit state was stirred up. That's right, that's right. However, Lord Xing Xian waited for a year, but that disciple did not appear. This caused the other 3 heavenly kings of the tantric sect to laugh at him. After all, Lord Xing Xian did say that he was recruiting the number 1 genius of the 9 states. Tisk tsk, I didn't expect Lord Xing Xian to be waiting for you all this time. A series of stern voices could be heard. This time, even the usually calm Lin Ling's heart pounded wildly. He did not expect Xing Xian's identity to be so great, and to think so highly of him. By the way, the tantric sect's grand ceremony is starting again. This time, you better not miss it. Because you didn't come last year, everyone was extremely disappointed. Many people wanted to see how Xing Xian's disciple is like. The old man said again. "Alright, I'm going to look for Xing Xian anyway. Please lead the way." Chapter 30-38. They had arrived at the tantric sect. There's no need to lead the way. Everyone knows where the tantric sect is. But since you've asked, we're willing to serve you. The itinerant cultivators scrambled to be the first to speak. The group immediately left the inn and walked along the main street. Not long after, a huge valley appeared in the plains. In the valley, ancient buildings were built layer by layer, giving off the vibe of the ancient gods' era. This is said to be the land of miracles of the ancient gods. The old man explained as they stood at the edge of the valley and looked down. It's indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He sensed ancient clouds drifting in the sky above the valley. Let's go down. After that, Lin Ling led the way. There was a giant staircase at the side of the valley, winding down all the way to the valley. When the group entered the valley, the first thing they saw were more than 30 giant statues. These were the Mount Tai and Big Dipper statues in the history of Tantric Buddhism. Lin Ling saw Xing Shiyun's appearance on one of the statues. It seemed that the group did not lie to him. Xing Shiyun indeed had an extraordinary status in the Tantric sect. Hurry up, the Tantric sect ceremony is about to begin. We can't be late. However, the valley was rather quiet. Instead, there were groups of martial artists running forward, and they could even vaguely hear their voices. Today is the Tantric sect ceremony. Not only will there be generous royal crystals as a reward, but there will also be a martial arts competition for geniuses from rank 1 to rank 10. I'm looking forward to it. Apart from this, there's also the matter of Xing Shiyun's disciple. Master Xing Shiyun will definitely use this opportunity to publicize how amazing his disciple is. Anyway, Master Xing Shiyun exaggerated last year, but he still couldn't meet his disciple. Exactly. I heard that Master Xing Shiyun even made an agreement with the sect master of the first-grade divine sect, the fairy sect's top beauty, Longnyang, to marry his disciple. I'm so envious of Master Xing Shiyun's disciple. Longnyang's beauty is obvious to all. Upon hearing these voices, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Even Sakura and the others were the same. This Xing Shiyun was too good to Lin Ling. She was simply treating him like her own son. Lin Ling hadn't arrived yet, but he had already helped Lin Ling win the title of the #1 beauty of Tantric Buddhism for Lin Ling. Who are you? At this moment, a group of people wearing long robes arrived. There were about a dozen of them, and they were all experts of the initial stage of the half-saint realm. Do not barge into the Tantric sect. Violators will be killed. One of the cold-looking middle-aged men spoke directly. His words caused the expressions of the old man and the others behind Lin Ling to change dramatically. Hold on, I'm Xing Shiyun's disciple, Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced at those people and said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling clearly sensed that those people's pupils changed drastically. There was even a hint of reverence in their eyes. Your Excellency, you must know that this is no small matter. If you deceive us, not only will you die, but your family and the realm you're in will also be destroyed. The middle-aged man in the lead said solemnly. I think this is enough proof. Lin Ling smiled and took out the jade token from his waist. As soon as the jade token was taken out, those experts were no longer in reverence. Instead, their bodies trembled slightly, and their gazes were fixed on Lin Ling. This is the Lin Ling that everyone in the spirit state is talking about. Please follow me. Then, those people's attitudes changed significantly. Sure, but what about them? Lin Ling looked at the people behind him and said. It's fine. Since they came with you, they are also from Tantric Buddhism. Alright, thank you. Then, Lin Ling followed the group of people forward. Meanwhile, behind Lin Ling, those itinerant cultivators' breathing quickened. As expected, Xing Shiyun's disciple had the absolute right to speak in Tantric Buddhism. At that moment, in the middle of the valley, there was a martial arts stage that could accommodate up to 1 million people sitting on the ground. It was packed with people. Moreover, there was no lack of experts there. There were also quite a number of middle-stage half-saints. Moreover, the martial arts stage was divided into several areas. Each area had a banner that represented the sects from rank 1 to rank 10. It was also the absolute combat power of Tantric Buddhism. At that moment, on the martial arts stage, the geniuses from various sects were fighting against each other, causing cheers from all around. Looks like this year's geniuses are getting stronger and stronger. On a high platform, 6 figures sat calmly. They were not young, and their hair was white. However, they exuded the aura of immortals. They were the most powerful people in charge of Tantric Buddhism. Other than the 4 heavenly kings, there was also the master of Tantric Buddhism and the deputy master. Even the leaders of rank 1 to rank 10 sects were not qualified to sit on the same level as them. This meant that in the spirit state, these 6 people were definitely the top existences, especially the master of Tantric Buddhism. He controlled the ancient power of the spirit state and ruled the spirit state with Master Xian Zong of the prominent sect. These seedlings are not bad. In the silence, the master of Tantric Buddhism suddenly laughed, causing the others to smile and nod. Xing Shiyun, are you still thinking about your disciple? Then, the master of Tantric Buddhism saw that one of them was silent, so he immediately asked slowly. He had been friends with the 4 heavenly kings for many years. In the past, the 4 heavenly kings had helped him conquer Tantric Buddhism. Therefore, he treated the 4 heavenly kings like his own brothers. Therefore, when he saw that Xing Shiyun was unhappy, he could not help but want to console him. That's right. The world is so big. Perhaps your disciple doesn't want to come because he doesn't want to. If you really want a disciple, I can introduce him to you. Also, if you see any good seedlings in the various large sects, just say the word, and someone will definitely become your disciple. That's right. This guy called Lin Ling is already 2 years late. He's already wasted your efforts. He's too much. In my opinion, you're too arrogant, Xing Shiyun. Your disciple hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already bragging so much. How can your disciple not feel pressured? After all, your disciple comes from Qing state. There are actually no strong cultivators in that place other than the Azure Emperor. The other 4 heavenly kings also spoke one after another. Bullshit. I don't care anyway. I must take him as my disciple. If he doesn't come today, I'll go look for him tomorrow. However, no one expected Xing Shiyun to be so stubborn. Also, my disciple isn't even afraid of the dragon god. How can he be afraid of pressure? You're underestimating my disciple. Then, Xing Shiyun glared angrily at his old friend, causing the latter to smile bitterly. Speaking of his disciple, Xing Shiyun's usual calmness disappeared. Alright, alright, alright. I'll give in to you. I'll give in to you, alright? One of the old men waved his hand and said, but he also smiled and said, although we brothers give in to you, the Tantric Buddhism sect doesn't. I heard that in the past year, the disciples of the various large sects have been very jealous of your disciple. In reality, that was indeed the case. Although the battle on the battle platform was intense, many people were quietly looking at the high platform and listening to the words of the Tantric Buddhism sect seniors. Chapter 30-39. He's finally here. There were 10 great sects in Tantric Buddhism, and many of their disciples wanted to become Xing Shiyun's disciple. However, they all failed in the end. Some even knelt for 3 whole years in Xing Shiyun's mountain range, begging not to become his disciple, but only to become his disciple. However, they still failed. This made everyone realize that there was no such thing as reaching the heavens in a single step in the martial Tao. To become a disciple of a saint, 10 years of sincerity was the most basic requirement, and 100 years of focus was the only way to open the door. However, last year, Xing Shiyun suddenly announced that he had found a disciple. That disciple did not kneel for 10 years, nor did he kneel for 100 years. Then, he became the disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings, so how could they not be jealous? Humph, I heard that guy is from the Qing state, the smallest divine land. I think he won't dare to come. I think so too. When he sees how amazing the geniuses of the spirit state are, he will definitely feel inferior. Many young men around the stage whispered. However, at this moment, a large number of figures arrived at the side of the stage. One of them was a blue-robed figure, which stunned Xing Shiyun on the stage. Then, he became excited. He's here, the brat is finally here. Who are you? Don't you know that today is the Tantric Buddhism ceremony? Why are you late? You're looking down on Tantric Buddhism. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. The experts in charge of guarding Tantric Buddhism stood up one after another. However, the newcomers were all silent. Instead, a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Moreover, they were all looking at a young man in blue robes. That young man was staring at the constellation clouds on the high platform. In the end, he shook his head helplessly. A soft voice boomed in everyone's ears like thunder. Xing Shiyun's disciple, Lin Ling, has arrived. The sudden voice caused the millions of experts on the vast platform to fall silent instantly. It was as if the strongest realm monarch of the spirit state had arrived. The silence continued unabated. Even Sakura and the others were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so famous in Tantric Buddhism before he even arrived. Xing Shiyun's disciple. On the high platform, Xing Shiyun smiled excitedly. He had been waiting for this sentence for 2 whole years. Moreover, that bold statement made Xing Shiyun extremely proud. This is my true disciple. This stinking brat, doesn't he know that making master wait for 2 years is a heresy? Then, Xing Xiaoyun scolded jokingly. Of course, he looked like he was scolding, but everyone around him knew that this old man was extremely happy at this moment. Longniang, is that your future husband? He's quite good-looking. At a corner of the martial stage, a voice rang out from a sect full of beauties. Numerous outstanding beauties stared at the blue-robed young man with a large sword on his back. These beauties were absolutely stunning no matter where they were. This was the fairy sect. The fairy sect was also the most desirable sect of Tantric Buddhism. Humph, what's the use of being good-looking? This world is all about strength. I can tell that he's only at the martial immortal realm from his aura. Many people from rank 1 to rank 10 sects can defeat him, let alone the geniuses of Tantric Buddhism. But soon, a beauty pouted her Hongyan lips and said disdainfully. I think you're just jealous because Xing Shiyun's disciple is married to Sister Longniang, not you. Someone retorted. I wouldn't want trash like him even if you gave him to me. He's just relying on master's reputation. The beauty who spoke earlier was still sarcastic. On the contrary, the most stunning girl among the group of extremely beautiful flowers was silent. Her beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to speak, stared curiously at the blue-robed young man. Their conversation was not soft, causing the surrounding sects to whisper to each other. Some of the youths, in particular, stared at Lin Ling with hostile gazes. It was undeniable that Lin Ling had captured all the attention of Tantric Buddhism as soon as he arrived. This made them extremely jealous. Looks like he's quite capable. One of the top geniuses from a rank 3 sect harumphed coldly. He must be the top genius of Qingzhou to be able to come here from Qingzhou. He's quite capable, but I think that's all there is to it. Level 5 Martial Immortal Realm. He's only at the middle stage of the Martial Immortal Realm. I think even an early stage Martial Immortal Realm cultivator can defeat him. The other people's voices were full of jealousy. Without a doubt, the entire square was in an uproar. It was as if Lin Ling's arrival made him the star of the day. At the end of the day, it was because Xing Shiyun was too famous. So this is Elder Yun's disciple. You're indeed good-looking. Go and sit in the orange seat over there. Finally, the Lord of Tantric Buddhism stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. His attitude was not arrogant, but of course, it was for Xing Shiyun's sake. Orange seat? Everyone was shocked to hear that. That was because that was where the sect leaders of rank 1 to rank 10 sects sat. This meant that Lin Ling's status in Tantric Buddhism was the same as the sect leaders. Lord of Tantric Buddhism, senior brother Lin Ling is late for a year. He made us wait for a whole year. I think he should be punished. At that moment, a laugh was suddenly heard. The person who spoke was a young man with disheveled hair. He had an unruly aura. Most importantly, he was the champion of the martial arts competition. What did you say? However, Xianxia said coldly as soon as he finished speaking. His blatant protectiveness undoubtedly made the others even more jealous. Hehe, I was just joking. After all, today is the Tantric Buddhism Grand Ceremony. Since senior brother Lin Ling is late, we should make it up to him. For example, he can practice martial arts once. What do you all think? The young man was obviously very respectful of Xianxia and quickly said with a smile. Xianxia frowned when he heard that. Who do you think you are? My disciple came from afar and needs to rest. Do you have the right to let him practice martial arts in front of you? This. The young man was instantly embarrassed. Master, since he specifically invited me, I'll practice martial arts for a while. However, at that moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. Lin Ling, my good disciple, you don't have to practice martial arts. I'd like to see who has the final say in Tantric Buddhism. Xianxia was a little anxious. It's fine. I've been rushing all the way here and my bones are a little sluggish. I'd like to stretch my bones. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. How could he not know that Tantric Buddhism was jealous of him? Initially, he was too lazy to care about it. However, Xianxia's doting on him touched him. In this life, Lin Ling had many teachers. For example, Huoleitang from Guyan's sect. However, they were not considered teachers. In terms of qualifications, Xianxia was the only one. Chapter 30-40. One move. As expected of senior brother Lin Ling. You are so straightforward. Since practicing martial arts is boring, why don't you find a sparring partner? Junior brother Beihan is not talented. I hope that senior brother Lin Ling can give me some pointers. Alright. The young man smiled and spoke humbly when he saw that Lin Ling had agreed. In fact, if Lin Ling lost to him, it would be even more humiliating. He could use this opportunity to show Xianxia who was qualified to be his disciple. Senior Beihan is a first-ranked Daoist sect. He is invincible among the martial immortal realm and is the champion of the martial arts competition. I'm afraid no one in the martial immortal realm can defeat him unless it's the genius from the prominent sect. Yeah, Senior Beihan has a second-rank desolate body and is a stage 8 martial immortal realm expert. It's said that his ice rank power has reached 10%. In my opinion, Lin Ling will regret his decision. After all, if he loses, not only will he be humiliated, but Master Xianxia will also be humiliated. Around the martial arts platform, millions of people were gloating over the misfortune of others. Even the experts from the Tantric sect were worried. They could see that Lin Ling was only a 5th-layer martial immortal. The gap between their cultivation levels was too huge. Even though his talent was not weak, Beihan's talent was not to be underestimated either. If they were to fight, Lin Ling might lose. Old Yun, aren't you going to persuade him? The Tantric sect asked after thinking for a while. Hehe, don't underestimate him. However, Xianxia did not object this time. His words caused the master of Tantra and the other experts to frown. They wanted to say something, but Xianxia spoke again. Actually, with that guy's personality, I can't persuade him either. Fuck, how can you be his master? Your disciple is not afraid of his master. You're a disgrace to the 4 heavenly kings of the Tantric sect. Sigh, I don't care about you. When your disciple loses, you're not allowed to teach Beihan a lesson. The other heavenly kings said one after another. They were even more pessimistic about Lin Ling. However, Xianxia smiled evilly. Was his disciple that easy to defeat? That was someone who could face the dragon god. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly walking towards the martial stage. His aura was so imposing that he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. This caused everyone's eyes to flicker. Even though they did not think highly of Lin Ling, they could not deny that based on his aura alone, Lin Ling was indeed qualified to become Xianxia's disciple. Of course, this was only on the surface. it did not mean that Lin Ling could win. "You are Lin Ling." On the martial stage, Bei Han had been waiting for a long time. When Lin Ling came up, he immediately sneered. Since they were facing each other alone, there was no need for him to hide anything. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded. "You are not fit to be Lord Xing Xiyun's disciple," Bei Han said again. "You still can't decide all this." Lin Ling's expression remained calm. "In this lifetime, Lord Xing Xiyun has only accepted you as his disciple. However, this position is not for trash. In Tantric Buddhism, there will be many people who will challenge you and trample you under their feet. Today, I will be the first." Bei Han's body began to emit powerful realm essence, causing the martial stage to freeze. The sky above the valley was filled with ice and snow. It was as if the ice goddess had arrived. "Whether I am trash or not is not up to you to decide. Perhaps, you are the trash." Seeing this, Lin Ling also activated the realm-devouring beast's innate ability. The dragon bone and the spacetime flame were all suppressed in his body. Together with his 4 dantians, they quietly merged together. Since he was going to fight, he had to win beautifully. Even though Xing Xiyun did not see Lin Ling much, the latter was open and honest. He treated Lin Ling like a real family member. And Lin Ling would never hide anything from his family. After 2 years of waiting, Xing Xiyun had no regrets. Lin Ling would also tell him that he had not waited for 2 years in vain. "Since many people are unhappy with me, then I will beat them until they are convinced. You will be the first." Feeling the power in his body becoming more and more ferocious, Lin Ling looked at Bei Han and smiled gently. "Killing me as an example to others? That's a good idea, but you don't have the strength to do so." Bei Han had already started to attack. The sharp and cold frost turned into a sword that seemed to come from the void of the universe. The sword was so terrifying that it could defeat any martial immortal. No matter how strong the power of the universe was, when it collided with the sword, it was like an egg hitting a rock. Moreover, the desolate body was roaring like ice and snow at that moment. This was one of the 100 great bloodlines, the bloodline of the ice goddess. Bei Han's strength is clear for all to see. Let's see how Lin Ling will deal with him. At that moment, everyone's blood was boiling. Lin Ling was going to fight the #1 genius of the 10 great sects. In the end, who would obtain the dazzling flower? However, when people looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that Lin Ling was standing still. Instead, he was slowly rolling up his sleeves. This caused everyone's pupils to constrict. There was only one word in their minds: arrogant. A genius from the Qing province actually dared to act so arrogantly in front of a genius from the Spirit province. It was as if he was humiliating all the geniuses from the Spirit province. Senior brother Bei Han, defeat him. At that moment, everyone was looking forward to Lin Ling's defeat even more. It would be best if he was humiliated. Among everyone, only Meng Lu and Di Shi Tian sneered. The difference between Bei Han and Lin Ling was too great. Dragon Tongue and Fang's 2 years of bitter cultivation were not for show. Rumble. At the same time, the ice goddess's divine sword arrived. Bang! Lin Ling also attacked. He stretched out his left arm as if he was drawing a circle in front of him. His entire body was filled with the demeanor of an expert. Rumble. The sword came at him with ice, but Lin Ling stretched out his left palm and blocked all the mysterious power. Endless frost spread out in all directions with Lin Ling's palm as the center. This change caused the people who were whispering to each other to fall silent. Roar. Almost at the same time, under countless gazes, the realm-swallowing beast, the spacetime divine steel, and the dragon god appeared behind Lin Ling. 3 desolate physiques appeared at the same time. What? 3 desolate physiques. Bei Han maintained his sword stance. At that moment, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such terrifying talent despite his low cultivation level. He could not help but look at Lin Ling in shock. He realized that Lin Ling was also looking at him. His face was calm as he softly said a sentence. One move. After saying that, Lin Ling's right hand finally moved under countless gazes. He threw a punch. Ka ka ka. That punch not only broke the ice goddess's divine sword, but it also shattered the ice and snow protection around Bei Han's body. It was getting closer and closer to his eyes. Bei Han's eyes were filled with shock. But this shock could not stop the ferocious punch. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard at the same time. Countless gazes saw a figure fly out towards the edge of the wide martial arts platform. Finally, the figure forcibly released his strength to stop the terrifying momentum. Pooh. Chapter 30-41. Long talk. One move. Bei Han muttered to himself. He didn't expect the gap between him and Lin Ling to be so big. He couldn't help but look into the distance as if he wanted to see through the blue-robed young man. However, the blue-robed young man had already disappeared. He had appeared in front of Bei Han and punched him like a ferocious beast. Fortunately, it stopped in front of Bei Han's face. Bei Han felt as if he had taken a stroll in the underworld and went limp. You've lost. The soft voice drifted out like a gust of wind to everyone's astonishment. Bei Han was stunned. The vast martial platform was dead silent. Bei Han wasn't the most powerful genius of Tantric Buddhism, but he was one of the best among the top 10 sections. Lin Ling came from Jianghu, so people didn't think he was a match for Bei Han. However, in the end, Lin Ling defeated Bei Han with a single punch. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a little too straightforward. So powerful. All the beautiful girls in the fairy sect exclaimed. The eyes of the most beautiful girl, Longnyang, were also flickering. The geniuses of the top sects were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. No one dared to speak. Judging from the result, Lin Ling was obviously stronger than them. Old Yun's disciple won. Watching Lin Ling leave the martial platform, the Lord of Tantric Buddhism on the high platform smiled in surprise. This guy is not simple. Apart from the three desolate physiques, his realm essence is more important. He's only at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm, but his realm essence is so powerful that I feel like he's at the peak of the martial immortal realm. Judging from how calm he is, I'm afraid he's still hiding some of his strength. The various heavenly kings also spoke one after another, causing Xing Shiyun to reveal a proud smile. He knew that although these brothers didn't object to him recruiting disciples, they were prejudiced against Lin Ling. They just didn't dare to say it out loud. But now, they were more or less convinced. Master, I'm late. Sorry. Lin Ling ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd as he looked at Xing Xiuyun. Xing Xiuyun laughed heartily, and said coolly, You may be late, but at least you didn't embarrass your master. Master won't punish you. Thank you, Master. Lin Ling said indifferently. From the looks of it, there was no reverence in his expression. He was still as calm as ever. This made Master Tantric Buddhism and the other experts realize that Lin Ling's disciple was not recruited by Xing Shiyun due to Lin Ling's sincerity. Instead, it was Xing Shiyun who took the initiative to recruit him. Next, the Tantric Great Ceremony also came to an end, and everyone began to disperse. This Lin Ling has some skills. We've underestimated him. Outside of the geniuses of the secret school, geniuses from the 1st rank to the 10th rank are not his match. But are the geniuses of the Azure Prefecture this powerful? That's right, I thought the geniuses of the Qing Prefecture were all trash. However, Lin Ling defeating Bei Han with one move was also a show of strength. Damn it! How dare he be so arrogant after taking away the goddess of the fairy sect? If you're not convinced, you can try to defeat him. Many people were still not convinced, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling followed Xing Shiyun with Sakura. Along the way, many envious gazes were cast at them, but Lin Ling and the other two ignored them. After all, Lin Ling had come here for cultivation resources. Finally, Lin Ling arrived at a magnificent mountain peak. This mountain peak was located in a valley and was one of the highest peaks in the valley. Only the big shots of the secret school could have it. My good disciple, do you see that? Our secret school is so powerful. Xing Shiyun immediately said with a smile after inviting Lin Ling and the others to sit down in the hall. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling and the other two nodded without denying it. Where have you been in the past 2 years? Then, Xing Shiyun asked again. We were stopped at a place in the Dragon Tongue Teeth. Lin Ling said when he heard that. Dragon Tongue Fang? How dare he touch my disciple? Don't worry. After tomorrow, I will eradicate Dragon Tongue Fang. Xing Xiaoyun was obviously very familiar with Dragon Tongue Fang. Senior Xing Shiyun, there's no need for that. The three of us have already uprooted Dragon Tooth City. But at that moment, Sakura said proudly. His words made Xing Shiyun's pupils dilate. She said in disbelief, I heard that there are 2 half-saints there. Not just 2, another one came from the heavenly court, but they were all killed by Lin Ling in the end. Meng Lu said with a smile. Qi. Xing Shiyun gasped and stared at Lin Ling. It seems that you only used 60% of your strength to defeat Beihan. Following that, he burst out laughing. His disciple's talent was indeed terrifying. However, Lin Ling pondered for a while and said, I killed 2 of the Heavenly Court's experts. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Court will come looking for me. Xing Shiyun frowned. The Tantric sects were also somewhat afraid of the Heavenly Court. However, he quickly shook his head and said, it's okay. If they really dare to come looking for me, I'd like to see how powerful the legendary Heavenly Court is. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, I've found you a beauty. She's Longyang from the fairy sect. TSK, she's the top beauty in the tantric sects. She's the perfect match for you. Master, I'm a married man. My current ambition is martial arts. I don't plan to fool around anymore. Lin Ling had also heard of this rumor. He shook his head with a wry smile. That won't do. Longyang is the flower of the tantric sects. Countless descendants of deities have tried to pluck this flower, but they all failed. Besides, I've already boasted that only my disciple is worthy of Longyang. Now that you've rejected me, I can't put my old face down, especially when I'm facing the fairy sect master. Xing Shiyun was a little anxious. Oh. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others looked at each other curiously. Does Master have some kind of bond with the fairy sect master? You're right about that. In the past, I was as handsome and graceful as you. At that time, I was already in love with the fairy sect master. However, due to fate, I didn't marry her in the end. That's why I want the juniors of our 2 sects to be married. Xing Shiyun said nostalgically. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that this guy was lying. You guys, why are you looking at me like that? Xing Shiyun glanced at Lin Ling and the others and was so angry that his beard puffed up. He was a big shot who had existed in the post-deity era. When had he ever been doubted like this? He was also very handsome when he was young. Lin Ling and the others snickered secretly, but they didn't dare to tease Xing Shiyun anymore. After all, this old man was indeed very nice to them. By the way, Master, is there any good place to cultivate in the tantric sects? Lin Ling revealed his purpose for coming here. Chapter 3042. Simple Mountain and Ancient Tree. Naturally, there are many places for cultivation. Our valley is actually a land of miracles with countless years of history. Even we don't know the name of it. However, in the valley, there are many places with cultivation effects that are thousands or even tens of thousands of times better than the outside world. Speaking of this, Xing Shiyun suddenly became proud, as if he was afraid that Lin Ling and the rest would run away. "Follow me." Subsequently, Xing Shiyun waved his hand and led Lin Ling and the rest out of the hall. When they arrived outside, he whistled towards the sky and a white crane the size of a small mountain majestically flew down. "Little White, these are my disciples. Remember," Xing Shiyun said lightly to the crane. That crane immediately let out a loud cry. Obviously, it had gained intelligence. Next, Xing Shiyun led Lin Ling and the rest to ride the crane and flew away. Not long after, everyone came to a corner of the valley. What was surprising was that there was actually a valley within a valley, and under the ground, there was a huge basin. In front of the basin, there was an ancient stone tablet with 4 big words engraved on it, "Great Sage Yu Xian." "Second brother, I'm afraid this is the place where the gods lived in the era of gods. It should be a cave." The ancient gods all treated their cultivation places as caves. One time, they would be in seclusion for tens of millions of years. Tsk, that's amazing. The white crane floated down to the basin, and what came into view was an ancient giant tree. This tree was extremely strange. Its surface was engraved with a large number of complicated runes, as if it was an old man who had lived for countless years. "Simple mountain and ancient tree?" Lin Ling suddenly exclaimed. "Oh, you also know this ancient tree?" Xing Shiyun suddenly looked at Lin Ling with some surprise. "I know, this is a boundary tree. According to legend, it was formed by a boundary." Lin Ling's face was somewhat dignified. "Heavens, there's actually a boundary tree?" Di Shi Tian also felt that it was an eye-opener. Because thousands of trees were born in the universe, and most of them were born from seeds. It was indeed rare for a tree to be born from a boundary. The product of the era of gods was indeed a work of the gods. Most importantly, the tree formed by the barrier is not man-made. This means that the barrier on the ancient tree is all natural. Lin Ling looked interested. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had also seen this kind of ancient tree. It was just a dead tree, but at that time, it was still fought over by a group of powerhouses. "Big brother, Dreamstream, this is an excellent place for cultivation. Because this tree has been around for so long, it has already gathered the spiritual qi of the universe for millions of years." Then, Lin Ling strode forward. "Lin Ling, be careful. This tree has its own enchantment. So far, we've only broken through to the 8th ring. It'll be difficult to get any closer." Seeing that Lin Ling was about to make a move, Xing Shiyun immediately spoke up. Then, he took out a jade talisman, intending to tell Lin Ling how to break the barrier. However, Lin Ling and the other 2 were already walking towards the ancient tree. Along the way, Lin Ling constantly waved his hands, and the natural enchantments emitted cracking sounds as they shattered on their own. This change left Xing Shiyun speechless. Because unknowingly, Lin Ling and the other 2 had already walked into the 9th ring. They didn't need the method to break the barrier at all. "This disciple of mine is really amazing." Xing Shiyun suddenly smiled bitterly. Looking at the jade talisman that he had prepared, he felt that it was useless now. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had already brought Sakura and the others into the 8th ring. Moreover, the speed wasn't slow. Could it be that he's going to enter the 7th ring? Our tantric sect has never broken the natural barrier of the 7th ring. Xing Shiyun's eyes began to widen. He, second brother, the spiritual qi here is very dense. Lin Ling, if we continue forward, the spiritual qi will be even stronger. We'll definitely be able to break through. The voices of Sakura and the others also floated out at this moment. They were very excited. It was as if getting close to the ancient barrier tree was as simple as drinking water. Such words made Xing Shiyun's beard puff up. Did these two guys know what the ancient barrier tree was? Okay. However, Lin Ling agreed without hesitation. In fact, Lin Ling was also very excited at this moment. Because these natural barriers had opened his eyes, he felt that this trip was not in vain. Moreover, these natural barriers not only contained the secrets of the universe, but also a large amount of martial arts Dao within them. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao was a genius who was extremely good at barriers and liked to study them. Therefore, when faced with natural barriers, Lin Ling was also addicted to it. On the contrary, Sakura and the others didn't know so much. They thought that Lin Ling breaking the natural barriers was a very simple matter. Hee, the spiritual chi has changed again. I'm afraid it has reached 1,000 times. Wow, what a comfortable spiritual chi. Wow. Lin Ling, work harder. Wow. Their voices floated out again. As for the valley at this moment, not only was Xing Xian standing there in a daze, the other 3 heavenly kings, the 3 white-haired old men, also appeared at this moment. Each of them seemed to be in a daze as they stared at Lin Ling and the others. Old Yun, what kind of disciple did you find? Yes. When they come out, we must get the broken barriers. Yes. Those old men were all blowing their beards. Hearing this, Xing Xian smiled. She didn't expect Lin Ling to make such a contribution to Tantric Buddhism when he just came to Tantric Buddhism. At this moment, Lin Ling was sweating profusely. His soul power was greatly exhausted, and so was his 10,000 devil eyes. Finally, they stopped at the 6th ring. The reason why they could reach the 6th ring was because of Li Xiaoyao's memory and 10,000 devil eyes, but now they had reached their limit. Big brother, we can only do it here. Sigh, if I had known, I would have asked Master for the way to break the barriers. Perhaps, we could reach the 4th or 3rd ring. Lin Ling said with some regret. Here is enough. In my opinion, we will break through again in less than a month. However, Sakura and the others were already very satisfied. In the distance, Xing Xian and the others were embarrassed. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't ask them for the way to break the barriers, because currently, Tantric Buddhism was only at the 8th ring. Lin Ling and the other 2 naturally didn't know what they were thinking. At this moment, they seized the time and cultivated crazily. The rolling spiritual energy was more abundant than emperor crystals. It was equivalent to the effect of cultivating in the spirit cave, and it continuously filled their dantian. Sakura and Meng Lu broke through one after another. Lin Ling had more dantians, so he was slower. However, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. 6th level martial immortal. Moreover, with the help of the ancient tree's spiritual energy, his other dantians had also reached 6th level martial immortal. He looked around and found that his big brother and the others had left. Instead, there was a vine swaying beside him. It was Mini Kunlun. Lin Ling clearly felt that Mini Kunlun had also undergone a transformation. It was even more powerful than before. It seemed that this ancient tree was not only effective for martial artists, but also for other deities. Mini Kunlun has undergone a transformation. Its power must have increased greatly, and my strength has also increased greatly. 90% of first-level half-saints are no match for me. Chapter 30-43. Asking Lin Ling to come out. Now, I can return to Azure Province through the spacetime divine steel. Then, I'll get rid of the Empress Dowager. Lin Ling had never forgotten the great enmity he had with the Rainforest Holy Land. And now, he had the strength to personally take revenge. As long as he dealt with the Empress Dowager, he would have no more worries. He could also take revenge on the heavenly court and find out about Tian Liuli's whereabouts. Glancing at the ancient tree, Lin Ling slowly left. Second brother, you've finally come out. Just as he walked out of the valley, Sakura's figure appeared in front of him, and behind him was a man who was about 30+ years old. His attire wasn't ordinary, and he seemed to have some background. "Where's Dreamflow?" Lin Ling glanced at the man and asked. "That guy Meng Lu went to challenge the geniuses of the various sections. He knows that those geniuses aren't convinced, so he used his fists to convince them." Sakura laughed and said. This made Lin Ling guess that during this period of time, Big Brother must have challenged a lot of people. "This is my second brother." Next, Sakura said to the man behind him. "So you're young hero Lin? I've heard so much about you." The man's appearance was ordinary, but he was smooth and slick, so he immediately bowed politely. On the other hand, Lin Ling nodded and looked at Sakura in confusion. "Heh, this is an opponent I met in the Spirit Province. No discord, no concord. Now, we have become friends, and today, he specially came to find you." Sakura immediately explained. "My name is Xianxia. I'm from the Jian family's imperial city. Young hero Lin, you can call me Xiojia." The man knew Lin Ling's identity, so he was polite and respectful. "Brother Xiojia, may I know why you're looking for me?" Since the other party was a friend that Sakura had met in the Spirit Province, Lin Ling would also give him some face. "It's like this. Our Jian clan's imperial city is not from the Spirit State. We're in charge of the medicinal garden in the Spirit State, providing the divine prefecture above the Spirit State with heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, in the past few years, our medicinal garden has changed. All of the spirit flowers have withered. That's why we're looking for experts to help us. However, many experts have come, but none of them could figure it out. Left with no choice, we could only ask for help from the Mi and Xian sects. Coincidentally, Master Divine Dragon of the Tantra sect left. So, we listened to Brother D's advice and wanted to ask for young hero Lin's help." Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded in realization, but then asked curiously, "There are countless boundary masters in the divine prefecture. Can't they see the reason? It's precisely because we can't tell that we're anxious. Right now, the time for the spirit flower to appear is getting closer and closer. However, if all the flowers wither, it will be difficult for us to hand over the spirit flower. When that time comes, our Jian family's imperial city will be in great trouble." Jian Xiojia said bitterly. "If that's the case, then I'll go and take a look. But let me tell you in advance, I might not be able to help." Lin Ling took a look at Sakura. Seeing the latter's expectant look, he immediately nodded. "Thank you, young hero Lin." Jian Xiojia immediately became excited and looked at Sakura gratefully. As for the Spirit Prefecture, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with it. It was a good opportunity for him to see the specialty of the Spirit Prefecture. Along the way, the three of them finally arrived at the Jian family's imperial city. To ordinary people, this was a huge force that no one dared to provoke. However, to the Mi and Xian sects, the Jian family's imperial city was just so. If they didn't guard the herb garden for the other divine prefecture, their Jian family might not be able to survive in the Spirit Prefecture. To put it bluntly, the Jian family was the gatekeeper. However, the person behind the scenes was the other divine prefecture, so no one dared to provoke them. Miracle. After arriving at the Jian family's imperial city, Lin Ling immediately saw that the surrounding plants were extremely dense and ancient. This meant that this place was left behind by the gods. That's right. In fact, this place doesn't belong to our Jian family. It belongs to the other powerful divine prefecture. Jian Xiojia immediately explained. The group passed through the ancient walls and entered the herb garden. Along the way, Lin Ling discovered that there were a large number of enchantments that had been set up by strong cultivators. Of course, to Lin Ling, these enchantments were just so. "Jia, who allowed you to come here?" No one dared to stop Jian Xiojia, except for the current emperor of the Jian family. "It's like this. I saw that the herb garden was withering every day, so I went around looking for experts to help. Today, I also invited an expert. Xianxia immediately said. Hearing this, the emperor coldly snorted, thinking that his son was causing trouble. However, today, he had invited a real expert, so he was too lazy to reprimand Xianxia. The truth was indeed so. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in this ancient garden. Many people frowned as they looked at the garden, as if they were helpless. Crown Prince, right now, when His Majesty is having a headache, you suddenly came. Aren't you causing trouble? An old man dressed as a prime minister frowned and said at this moment, causing Xianxia to helplessly shake his head. I just want to help. Sigh, this is a garden left behind by the gods. Ordinary people can't help. You'd better not provoke your father anymore. He's in a bad mood right now. Just obediently watch from the side. The old man said again. Sigh. Hearing this, Xianxia sighed. He also knew that the prime minister looked down on Lin Ling and the young man, and this caused him to feel very helpless. Even though he really wanted to say that the blue-robed young man was a disciple of one of the 4 heavenly kings of the spirit province, identity was identity. If Lin Ling couldn't be of any help, then revealing Lin Ling's identity would only make him a laughingstock. Lin Ling and Sakura also saw the attitude of the Jian family in their eyes. Sakura was obviously somewhat unhappy. In any case, they had come to help and didn't ask for any reward. How could the Jian family treat them like this? They didn't even treat them to tea. If it wasn't for Xianxia's face, Sakura would have already left in a huff. To him, the Jian family was just a fart. How could they be compared to the Tantric sect? However, Lin Ling didn't care. Instead, he paid attention to the surroundings and found that it was very cold. It was extremely strange. Big brother, the yin qi here is very heavy. Lin Ling whispered. I have the same feeling. Sakura nodded. This happened suddenly 10 years ago. The herb garden suddenly became cold, causing the spiritual flowers to wither. However, we invited many people to check it out, but they couldn't find the reason. We used all kinds of rare treasures, but there was no effect. Sigh, this land of gods is so mysterious. The treasures grown are all extraordinary, but once there's a problem, we people of the post-gods era can't understand it at all. Xianxia said helplessly. The conversation of the few people was naturally seen by the Prime Minister and the Emperor of the Jian family. They smiled disdainfully and didn't bother to speak. Instead, they looked at an old man. That old man was wearing an 8 trigrams Daoist robe and looked extremely extraordinary. He was a boundary master of the Xian sect. It was said that he was a purple-robed boundary master. Purple-robed boundary master was the highest level boundary master in the Tao of spirit formations. Chapter 30-44. What a load of nonsense. The yin qi is too strong. This place was a slaughterhouse during the era of gods. Because a lot of life force was cut off, there is a lot of life force hidden in the earth. However, there is also baleful qi and resentment qi. It's just that in the past, the yin qi and other things were suppressed. But now, the feng shui has changed, so the life force can't suppress the yin qi. The old man suddenly opened his mouth. Master Yunpa, is there a way to break it? Yes. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Jian family's emperor immediately asked. Ordinary spirit formation can't break it at all. Yes. Master Yunpa shook his head and said, how can there be a spirit formation that can suppress the gods killed in the era of gods? Yes. Can we only watch the spirit flowers wither? These spirit flowers have been planted for 500 years. Now that they are about to be harvested, what should we do? The Jian family's emperor panicked a little. Although I said that the spirit formation can't suppress it, I didn't say that it can't be changed. As long as the 9 suns divine formation is set up here, it can fuse with the yin qi and turn the yin qi, baleful qi, ghost qi, and demonic qi into life force. Master Yunpa suddenly smiled faintly. Good, as expected of a master from Xianzong. Yes. Hearing this, the Jian family's people were overjoyed. Nonsense. Yes. But at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked. Looking over, they saw a blue-robed young man slowly walking over from a corner of the garden. Beside him, Xianxia had a blank expression. It seemed that he didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly speak and even cursed him for speaking nonsense. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? In the Jian family's imperial city, many people saw Lin Ling for the first time, so they reprimanded him. The Jian family's emperor's face was gloomy. He had already seen the young man and thought that he had come to join in the fun. Who knew that he would suddenly dare to interrupt? Wasn't this offending their Jian family's distinguished guest? He couldn't help but look at Xianxia with resentment. Little friend, today, all the big shots are gathered here. They are all sage-level experts. You are just a martial immortal junior. Are you courting death? The Jian family's emperor didn't speak because of his status, but the prime minister had already spoken. Do you know what you're saying? The other people who seemed to be dressed extraordinarily also spoke up. This made Xianxia's expression change drastically, and he kept winking at Lin Ling. However, it was as if Lin Ling did not see his gaze. He said indifferently, I'm saying that he's talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the garden fell silent. Previously, they could think that Lin Ling was young and frivolous, so they could forgive Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling still had to say it again. Wasn't this not embarrassing Grandmaster Yunpa of Xian sect? No, it should be said that it was a clean slap. The emperor of the Jian family couldn't bear it anymore and said in a dignified voice, We are talking. Since when do you have the right to interrupt? I was invited by brother Xianxia. Why can't I speak? To be honest, if he hadn't invited me here, you people wouldn't have been able to invite me. Hearing that, Lin Ling said indifferently. Xianxia immediately grimaced. Although Lin Ling couldn't be offended, Lin Ling didn't need to offend this group of big shots. At that time, he, Xianxia, wouldn't be able to get out of the embarrassing situation. The fact was indeed so. Everyone looked at Xianxia with angry gazes. The emperor of the Jian family sighed and shook his head, as if he was extremely disappointed with Xianxia. This made Xianxia want to cry but have no tears. Of course, it was impossible for the emperor of the Jian family to be angry with a junior, so he planned to chase him away. However, at this time, Grandmaster Yunpa, who had been silent all this time, suddenly smiled and said, It's fine. There has never been a peak in the field of spirit barriers, and there has never been anyone who is omnipotent. Although I'm the #1 spirit barrier master in Xian sect, I can't guarantee that I know everything. Especially when it comes to things related to gods, I'm even more ambiguous. Since this little friend dares to speak, you must be a descendant of a god in the divine continent. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. They felt that Grandmaster Yunpa had the demeanor of an expert. Even though he was questioned, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was extremely magnanimous. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they were immediately filled with disdain. Grandmaster Yunpa is still the most amazing. Little friend, why aren't you reporting your master? The emperor of the Jian family said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling casually walked around and sniffed the flowers around him. He had a leisurely look on his face. This attitude undoubtedly caused the expressions of the experts to turn ugly. Actually, when it comes to the field of spirit barriers, I don't have a master. Lin Ling said as he sniffed the flowers. Grandmaster Yunpa frowned when these words sounded. Was this fellow mocking him? He thought that those who could come here were either rich or noble. No matter what, they would have some background. Who knew that the blue-robed youth was like an ordinary person with no background at all? However, you're right. You really don't know much about gods. Lin Ling put down the flowers in his hand. He seemed to have confirmed something, so he said indifferently. This kind of narcissistic attitude caused the experts to be completely dissatisfied. How could Grandmaster Yunpa be magnanimous? His indifferent old face was gloomy at this moment. Ignore him. Grandmaster Yunpa, please set up the 9 Suns divine formation. The emperor of the Jian family was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He almost wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he still endured it. All right. Grandmaster Yunpa immediately nodded. Perhaps it was because of Lin Ling, his mood was very bad. He wanted to prove himself even more, so he agreed very straightforwardly. Myriad chi of heaven and earth, natural wind and clouds. He began to lay down layers of barriers, causing the garden to quietly warm up. Everyone immediately revealed a smile. As expected of a purple-robed world spiritist. The moment he made a move, it was obvious whether he was capable or not. When they looked at Lin Ling again, they discovered that the latter was squatting down to investigate something. They immediately felt even more disdain. 9 Suns formation, 9 Suns, void, origin, profound, front, fight, heaven, earth, Zhen, 3. As time passed, the scorching aura became even stronger. Grandmaster Yunpa was like a god, as if he controlled the climate and feng shui of the entire universe. Everyone felt comfortable all over, and their admiration for Grandmaster Yunpa increased by a bit. Little friend, you said that I'm talking nonsense. I don't know why you're so sure. Suddenly, Grandmaster Yunpa stopped setting up spirit barriers and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. Everyone also looked at Lin Ling with contempt and sneers. In their opinion, Grandmaster Yunpa's sudden question was definitely to teach this brat a lesson. In reality, I'm 100% sure. Because from the beginning, you didn't find the right source. So, you're talking nonsense. Lin Ling stared at Grandmaster Yunpa as he spoke in an extremely serious manner. However, this sentence caused Grandmaster Yunpa to frown deeply. He thought that after he set up a spirit barrier, this brat would definitely submit to him. Chapter 30-45. When my flowers bloom. Who exactly are you? Don't you know you need to humbly seek guidance from your seniors? Grandmaster Yunpa was clearly angered. In reality, the path of spirit formations is respected by those who are capable. So, you are still not considered a senior. However, Lin Ling slowly replied. Grandmaster Yunpa was completely enraged. He is Grandmaster Yunpa from the Xian sect, a purple-robed spirit formation master. If you are a spirit formation cultivator, how could you not know him? I think you don't even know who Grandmaster Yunpa is. Even the Jian family's emperor reprimanded Lin Ling on behalf of Grandmaster Yunpa. He had never seen a junior like Lin Ling. He was clearly wrong, but he refused to admit it. I have indeed never heard of him. Under Jian Xiujia's increasingly panicked gaze, Lin Ling honestly nodded. Then do you know why the flowers here are so cold? Do you know what this place is? Do you know how many ancient auras from the era of gods have gathered here? You simply don't know. You are only speaking nonsense. Grandmaster Yunpa coldly shouted. Where was his previous calmness? I indeed don't know what you said. Hearing that, Lin Ling very honestly nodded. Instantly, the crowd looked at him with even more disdain and anger. A junior like him who refused to admit defeat should simply be taught a lesson. Jian Xiujia had a bitter expression. He thought Lin Ling, as the disciple of the 4 heavenly kings of Tantra, should have some ability. However, Grandmaster Yunpa kept asking, yet Lin Ling said he didn't know anything. Most importantly, it was fine if he didn't know, but he was actually pretending. I indeed don't know what you said. At that moment, Lin Ling repeated what he said before, but this time, he added, because what you said is nonsense. Anger. At this moment, the flames of anger were boiling in the garden. Everyone wanted to attack Lin Ling and teach this junior who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Even Sakura bitterly smiled. He did help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling also needed to have some confidence. However, from the looks of it, Lin Ling indeed didn't know anything. In reality, no one knew because Lin Ling had found the source. And the source was related to Lin Ling. It was one of the broken swords in the mysterious scabbard. The scabbard was something that Lin Ling could not see through. Lin Ling guessed it was a product of the era of gods. Yin energy. And Yin energy. As the scabbard was very ordinary and buried in the ground, ordinary people would not be able to detect it. If Lin Ling had not carried the scabbard on his back, he would not have noticed it either. As for that Grandmaster Yun Po's world spirit comprehension, Lin Ling felt that it was merely a so-so. In fact, it could even be said to be completely unremarkable. Good, good, good. It's been a long time since I've seen a junior who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Master Yunpa smiled, but everyone could see that his smile was filled with anger. Do you know the One Origin Yang boundary technique? Do you know the Book of Changes 20? Do you know the innate 8 trigrams and the postnatal 8 trigrams boundary technique? Master Yun Po's aura spread out and his robe fluttered. As he took a step forward, an arrogant voice came from his mouth. Everyone was intimidated by his aura and quietly retreated. The reverence in their eyes became even stronger. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "What you said is child's play. Moreover, what does this have to do with the current difficult and complicated disease? Don't change the topic. Enough. You don't know anything and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Today, I'll let you die wholeheartedly convinced." Killing intent appeared in Master Yun Po's eyes. Obviously, he was provoked to the point of wanting to kill Lin Ling. Look at my boundary technique. He knew that he could rely on his mouth, experience, and knowledge. No matter what, he couldn't make this junior bow his head. Then, let's see the results. As his palm landed on the ground, the entire garden suddenly changed. The temperature suddenly rose and it was full of vitality. The originally lifeless flowers became emerald green at this moment. The formation that was set up before was now showing its effect. Everyone was overjoyed and they all laughed. "Your Majesty, look, it's blooming." The Prime Minister looked at one of the spiritual flowers in ecstasy because it had bloomed. This was also the first flower that had bloomed in the garden in 10 years. "It's really amazing," Xianxia also said in shock. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. If I hadn't solved the source, with his formation, it would at most be temporarily effective. In less than a month, everything will return to normal. Hearing that, Xianxia smiled bitterly, but he complained in his heart. Young Hero Lin, if it weren't for your identity and my good relationship with your big brother, not to mention father, even I would have taught you a lesson today." Obviously, even now, he thought that Lin Ling didn't know how to appreciate favors. "Second brother, let's go now." Seeing everyone in ecstasy and constantly flattering Master Yunpa, Sakura said bitterly. "Let's go." Lin Ling nodded. Because he seemed to be smelling the flowers in the garden, but in fact, he had quietly taken the broken sword away. Therefore, there was no need to stay now. "What, are you planning to leave with your tail between your legs?" However, there was someone who didn't want him to leave, and that person was Master Yunpa. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, their eyes full of mockery. This clown is finally going to take his curtain call. Now, they wanted to see what this clown had to say. "Father, how about," Xianxia obviously wanted to plead for Lin Ling, "shut up." The Jian clan's emperor refused and stared at Lin Ling unexpectedly. Lin Ling wasn't embarrassed at all and was still as calm as ever. "If it wasn't for my big brother, I definitely wouldn't have come to the herb garden today. Because as I said before, you can't invite me. However, your hospitality is too disappointing. I'm here to help, but you didn't even greet me. There's only disdain. Fine, I'll let you see my ability. Lin Ling put his left hand behind his back and began to wave his right hand. Layers of barriers sprinkled down like starlight, as though he was summoning the gods of the universe. Rumble. A deafening sound suddenly rang out. What was terrifying was that only the sound could be heard, but nothing could be seen. In fact, that was the millions of barriers that Lin Ling had set up. With Lin Ling as the center, rich vitality began to spread out. In the garden, the only flower that had bloomed quietly withered at this moment, causing everyone's eyes to widen. But in the next moment, the spiritual flowers that hadn't bloomed all bloomed, and their fragrance drifted through the herb garden. This. Everyone was stunned as though they had been struck by lightning. Master Yunpo's body continued to tremble as he looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Amidst the fragrance of the flowers, Lin Ling's blue-robed figure was like a cloud in the flowers. With his hands behind his back, he quietly disappeared, but a disdainful sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 3046. There was no face to speak of. What kind of barrier is this? Why does it give me the feeling of a natural barrier? Furthermore, is it instantaneous? Grandmaster Yunpa became absent-minded. What is the aura of a natural barrier? And Grandmaster Yunpa, what is instantaneous? The Jian family members were still in shock. Someone let out a sharp cry. The aura of a natural barrier is a barrier formed by all things in the world. It is not born among humans. For example, in some ancient lands of miracles, because of the uncanny workmanship, when ordinary people enter, it is very easy for them to get lost. This is the might of the firmament of the universe. And right now, the barrier around us has such an aura, causing the spiritual flowers to naturally bloom in the firmament. As for instantaneous, it is an extremely profound level in the path of barriers. With a thought, the barrier will spread everywhere. Moreover, the minimum requirement is 100 million. At present, this level of barrier only appears in legends. Without a huge amount of soul power and the right time, it is simply impossible to succeed. The path of barriers I learned is from the Miao school. However, even in the Miao school, I have never heard of such an instantaneous ability. The crowd was confused. They did not understand at all. However, they felt that the young man was too godly. It was simply shocking. Without mentioning anything else, just the effect of the barrier was enough to prove everything. Earlier, when Grandmaster Yunpa laid down the 9 suns divine formation, all things appeared with vitality. There was even a spiritual flower that bloomed. However, when that young man made a move, it was not just a single flower. It was simply 100 flowers blooming, colorful and colorful. From this point of view, that young man was truly qualified to reprimand Grandmaster Yunpa. Jia, where is that Grandmaster? The Jian family's emperor hurriedly said. His gaze swept around, but there was no sign of Lin Ling and Yunpa in the garden. Your Majesty, look, the grand yellow flower has borne fruit. Heavens, doesn't this flower only bear fruit after 1,000 years? Also, this great sun soul-shattering grass has actually turned into a worm. According to legends, only when there is no mountain and the heaven and earth are united will the great sun soul-shattering grass regain its soul and turn it into a worm. This garden's barrier is likely very ancient. Everyone continued to exclaim. Grandmaster Yunpo was the most excited. When he saw the mysterious barrier on the ground, his entire body began to tremble. If this old man is not mistaken, then this barrier came from the ancient tree in Simple Mountain. Legend has it that this ancient tree was created by a barrier. I didn't expect this child to be able to arrange it. Towards the end, Grandmaster Yunpa was so agitated that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions instantly became extremely unsightly. Now, they were too embarrassed to face that young man. The Jian clan's emperor stomped his feet, feeling extremely regretful. He looked around and found that his son had also disappeared. This made him feel relieved. He hoped that his son would be able to bring that noble person back again. At this moment, outside the Jian clan's imperial city, two figures were slowly moving forward. That's too much. In any case, we're here to help, but who knew that the Jian family's hospitality would be so disappointing? Sakura still seemed to be unable to vent his anger. Who cares? Anyway, I've already gotten what I need. Moreover, the garden will be fine in the short term, but in the long term, the vitality left by the gods in the garden will definitely dissipate. Lin Ling said with a smile. Hearing this, Sakura blinked. What will happen if the vitality disappears? It will become an ordinary place, no longer a miracle. This is called retribution for evil. The two of them continued to talk, but Lin Ling's footsteps soon stopped. He looked behind him and said indifferently, You've been following us for so long. Could it be that you plan to return to the tantric sect with us? Suddenly, Xianxia walked out awkwardly. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Previously, he was indeed too cold to Lin Ling. If you're inviting me back, then you don't have to open your mouth. I helped you before only because of my big brother. Otherwise, do you think your Jian family could invite me? Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because your Jian family isn't from the spirit state, you're amazing. In the 9 states, the ancient figures I know are thousands of times more than your Jian family. Lin Ling said as he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was even more embarrassed. He quickly bowed to Lin Ling and said, Young hero Lin, we were blind before. I hope that you can be magnanimous and not be bothered by our rudeness. Now, my father has instructed me to invite you back. I hope that young hero Lin will give me this face. If young hero Lin doesn't give me face today, I'll pay a visit in the future and beg for forgiveness until young hero Lin forgives us. After saying that, Xianxia also bowed down. However, Sakura's face was full of disdain. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, but when they were being mocked, Xianxia didn't help them at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with resentment. Thus, he had seen through this friend of his. You don't have any face in front of me. Also, I know that you want to tell your Jian family's emperor that I'm a disciple of Xing Xian. However, I advise you not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, if you bring trouble to my master, I'll destroy your Jian family too. Big brother, let's go. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, then left with Sakura. Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything and left helplessly with a bitter face. After returning to the Jian family's imperial city, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he didn't dare to reveal Lin Ling's origin. After all, if Xing Xian was angered, their Jian family wouldn't be able to bear it. After knowing that the deity had disappeared, Master Yunpa and the Jian family's emperor were filled with regret. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm afraid that Senior is a descendant of a deity. However, I missed it. Sigh, I really want to slap myself 3 times. Master Yunpa sighed continuously. When he was angry, he really slapped himself. At this moment, Lin Ling and Sakura were also heading towards Tantra. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Senior brother Lin Ling. Greetings, senior brother. Along the way, many people bowed to Lin Ling. Even some of the half-saint experts were the same. They looked at Lin Ling with complicated gazes. There was awe and envy. Lin Ling smiled slightly, appearing neither arrogant nor humble. Although this Lin Ling came from the spirit province and his strength isn't weak, his aura is extremely extraordinary. Yeah, he became Lord Xing Xian's disciple, but he didn't panic at all. It's obvious that he's experienced a lot. Although he defeated the number one geniuses of the various sects, the geniuses of Tantra are stronger than him. Some people were still envious, but there were also people who secretly admired him. Second brother, even I envy you. After all, the Spirit Province is even more ancient and vast than the Green Province. The experts here all respect you. This isn't a simple matter. Sakura said beside Lin Ling. He knew that the experts of Tantra were all climbing up in order to be respected by others. However, Lin Ling had just come to the Spirit Province and had no achievements, but he was already above tens of thousands of people. Who wouldn't be jealous of this kind of fortune? Chapter 30-47. They arrived at the fairy sect. Big Brother, power, treasures, reverence, worship, and so on are all fleeting. Only power is everything. Don't indulge in power. Sakura shuddered. Unlike Lin Ling, he was more ambitious and more like a god emperor, so he had always envied Lin Ling's identity. But now, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. Somehow, he seemed to have understood something. With great power, I can even kill gods. By then, why would I need the worship of these ants? Moreover, I'm an ordinary person. I have a sword that will kill anyone who disobeys me. In the end, they will all submit to me. Traversing time and space, only strength remains unchanged. I fear nothing. Lin Ling said again, which made Sakura stunned on the spot as his mind rumbled. Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode forward. He knew that Sakura must have understood something, so he naturally would not disturb him. In fact, this was indeed the case. Not only were there many dangers on the path of martial arts, but there were also many temptations. If Lin Ling enjoyed the feeling of being superior in the Tantric sect today, he could only roam freely in the world of the Tantric sect. It would be difficult for him to leave the wider world, let alone take revenge. Therefore, Lin Ling had never taken the worship of the Tantric sect seriously. Second brother, I understand. Yes. Before long, Sakura caught up with him, his expression much calmer. He also reacted very calmly to the gazes around him, as if he was looking at ordinary people. His heart had quietly fallen on the 9 states. Looks like Big Brother understands. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but smile. He sensed that Sakura's realm had not increased, but his understanding of martial arts had. He was probably only one step away from the complete ultimate martial Tao. This also meant that Sakura could easily comprehend the power of the universe, unless it was the power of rank. Lin Ling. Yes. Disciple. Yes. When they arrived at the peak, 2 figures were already waiting there. There was also a huge red-crowned crane, and they were none other than Meng Lu and Xing Xiaoyun. From the looks of it, they seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling and Yi Futian. This made Lin Ling frown. He originally wanted to say hello and then go home with his brother, but now it seemed that he would be delayed again. Disciple, you've kept us waiting. Let's go. I'll take you to the fairy sect today. Xing Xiaoyun immediately laughed out loud. What for? Upon hearing that, Lin Ling frowned. Sakura, on the other hand, looked expectant. Oh, I heard that the fairy sect is a place where beauties of the Tantric sect gather. Ordinary people can't enter at all. Senior Xing Xiaoyun, are you really going to take us there? Of course, today I'm going to see Lin Ling's lovely wife. Xing Xiaoyun nodded immediately. Without waiting for Lin Ling to refuse, he dragged Lin Ling up onto the immortal crane. Master, I don't want to find a wife right now. If you don't want to find one now, it means that you will in the future. We can meet now and get to know each other better. Yes. That's right, second brother. It's not a big deal for a man to have a few more wives. I think you and the others will understand. Yes. Since his resistance was futile, Lin Ling had no choice but to follow Xing Xiaoyun to the fairy sect. On the red-crowned cranes, the wind was extremely ferocious. However, none of them were weak, so they were as calm as a mountain. Sakura and Xingxiu Yun were talking about how powerful the fairy sect was, while Lin Ling was cultivating with his eyes closed. In fact, he was inspecting the scabbard. He had obtained another broken sword from the Jian family, and it had been easily absorbed by the scabbard. Now, the scabbard's hostility toward Lin Ling was weakening. Moreover, after the broken sword returned, Lin Ling clearly sensed the changes in the scabbard. Its level power had reached 30%, and it was definitely not an ordinary level power. This made Lin Ling even more curious about the owner of the scabbard. We're here, we're here. Soon, Xingxiu spoke. The ground was covered with peach blossoms, making it look like a fairyland. Silver bell-like sounds rang from time to time, making people restless. This peach blossom forest is set up by a barrier. Don't barge in. Xingxiu said as he landed on the immortal crane. Who's there? Women walked out of the dazzling peach blossoms. They were extremely beautiful and looked like fairies. They would be favored by the heavens no matter where they were. I'm Xingxiu. Senior Xingxiu, please come in. Guards, inform the sect master that Master Xingxiu is here. The depths of the peach blossoms became lively as more and more women appeared. What was even more surprising was that not only were the young women here graceful, even the older ones were alluring. One could see that when these women were young, they were also devastatingly beautiful existences. Is that Xingxiu's disciple? He's so handsome. Yeah, I saw him defeat Beihan with one move last time. He was extremely cool back then. But that white-haired young man is not bad either. Silver bell-like sounds drifted out of the peach blossoms. This made Lin Ling and the rest feel as though they had come to a country of women. Among them, Lin Ling remained indifferent and wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. Meng Lu's white hair fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinarily grave and stern. On the contrary, Sakura's personality was straightforward as he kept blinking his eyes at the beauties, making them laugh continuously. Lin Ling and Meng Lu looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Sakura's temperament was somewhat domineering, like an ambitious and ruthless person. Therefore, whatever he was thinking in his heart, he wouldn't hide it and directly express it. Big brother Yun, are you finally willing to come and see me? At this moment, a woman who looked to be in her 40s floated down from the sky while stepping on a 5-colored cloud. She wore a jade crown and was gorgeously dressed. She was also extremely beautiful. If not for the traces left on her face by time, she would definitely be an unforgettable top beauty. But even so, even though time had left its mark, it still made the woman more feminine. Sect Master. All the disciples of the fairy sect bowed to her. However, the woman ignored the gazes around her and looked at Xingxiu affectionately. This time, Lin Ling and the other two opened their mouths wide. They had always thought that Xingxiu was bragging, but now it seemed that Xingxiu was not lying to them. However, although Xingxiu was powerful and had the demeanor of an immortal, he was only an old man. On the other hand, the sect master of the fairy sect was an alluring beauty, and the two of them were not compatible at all. I'm here. Xingxiu's expression also became tender and affectionate. Lin Ling and the other two immediately got goosebumps. There must be a story between these two adulterers that no one else knew. How many years has it been? You've finally come to see me for the first time. The woman's eyes flickered, and she seemed very excited. Master, let's walk around.